Hey y'all, and welcome in. It's going to be a fantastic day at the tavern. I was just thinking, I'm like, oh my gosh, like, I'm really learning how to do my hair, the makeup is makeuping, and I'm not kidding. That autocorrect issue, Aloha, full tears. Oh my god. I brought Ricky in here and had to explain it to him again. If you don't know what we're talking about, just scroll up in the chat a little bit. I promise it's worth it. It's around the cucumber incident. Anyway, welcome in. Love to have my mods here. Love to not have to ban my mods. That's ideal. Also, I want to give a huge warm welcome to Ray has joined the mentorship program. They specifically told me not to tell you guys, so I'm telling you guys. Also, the confetti is partly for Seder, because I forgot I used to do that, ironically. But yes, we are going to be working on the Swarm Bug Emperor, finishing him. And also, I forgot about this lovely lady. She has 2 faces, because what's better than 1? 2. We had to flip her arms so that way they're both facing the right way because Character Creator had an absolute meltdown. So I'm probably going to flip this and mirror it so she looks like a different character on the back versus the front. It's going to be really cool. And that's what we're doing right now. Oh, that was hysterical. Yeah. Ricky says to Aloha, how bad do you have to spell consuming to get inserting? I thought the same thing. I was like, was it autocorrect? Was it a brain fart moment? Oh god, it was hysterical. Goodness. You guys are the best. Also, this is like day 4 of me having a headache. At what point do I go to a doctor? I don't know. We'll give it a whole week. So I needed the pick-me-up. This was great. I woke up this morning and I was like, I want to go straight back to bed. And then I poke my head out and the farrier's here. I completely forgot the farrier was coming. So I get my super lame horse. I'm not insulting him. He's like, he's limping. He has an abscess breaking through one of his hooves. So he's just very gimpy right now and looks very sad. So I limped him all the way to the neighbors and they took care of him. So he's feeling a little bit better, but it still hasn't blown through. But anyway, made quite the 180 transformation this morning. Went from like full goblin, looking exhausted, to right before the stream and feeling good. Oh yes, Reaper was gone for 1 day and disaster struck, never missing a stream again. Good. I cannot believe that I deleted your character. It's devastating. Yes, one of the few times you'll ever hear lame in the literal sense. Yes, I mean it. Quite literal. Okay, let's get this all pieced together here. So this is just our warm-up, our doors open. If you are new here, hello, my name is Mia, and I sculpt tabletop minis for a living. Pretty cool. I've been doing this for 6 years, and they're all designed for 3D printing, but I do have people that have taken like my ocean collection and like the coral reef and use it as bathroom decor, so whatever floats your boat. If you have any questions at all about the process, please let me know. I'm very much so an open book, and I love to teach. One of the big things I'm doing right now is I'm getting all of these files in the same ZPR. Because, all right, let's see. When I have these from Character Creator, that's where my husband rigs them. I then need to put them back into ZBrush and do any cleanup as needed. Is this just the same pose twice? There we go. I knew there was more than one. As to why some of it is poly painted and some of it is not, I have no idea. Sometimes Character Creator likes it, other times it's like, I don't think we needed that. Ricky mentioned he wasn't even sure if I was going to keep both of these poses. I think they're both worth keeping. I'm going to unify these so they're in the center of my scene. And turn off poly paint because it looks a bit odd. And my face is not going to be this big the entire stream. We're just kind of doing this little warm up here, and I want to have these files in the same ZPR before I forget. God, what a weird model. This is awesome. Alrighty, it's our two-faced monster. We need a better name for her. I'm calling her a two-faced warlock. As of right now, I like the idea that she wasn't powerful enough to take care of her tribe, so she made a pact that went very, very wrong. Or very, very right, depending how you look at that. Elo says, wow, Mia, you broke your promise of not telling. I know, it's because Reaper's here, and when she asked what happened, I didn't want to not tell her. So yeah, it's okay. I haven't told Mini Blaze yet. I'm not saying I'm bad at keeping secrets, but I'm bad at keeping secrets. Oh my goodness. Satyr, what are you saying? What did I miss? Ray says, Mia already told Reaper, damn. Okay, to be fair, she was like, wait, what happened? So I wasn't gonna lie. Satyr says, I'm so torn on farriers. On one hand, mad respect. On the other hand, my father is a farrier and screw that guy. Spicy Satyr lore. Also, I did not know that. Also, most farriers aren't worth their salt, so. Is what it is. Alright, where is this model? Without it being posed. Here we go. This is what I was trying to pull up. There we are. Almost all situated. Again, the chat was just so funny today. It absolutely derailed my focus in the best way. There we go. Perfect. All right, I'm gonna get that down. Hey, Zach's here. Welcome back. I'm gonna get that other pose downloading, and then we're all set. Because I even named the entire stream about the bug emperor, so we got to get that going. Speaking of, I would love if you guys had a better name or suggestion. If it's like a silly name for him, that's also totally fine. I was thinking something that's more SEO friendly, like searchable and clear. So I was thinking like Swarm Emperor or something along those lines. But if that's a bit too dry, I understand that. All right, we are almost downloaded. Foxy says, I just think Aloha is sus now. Sussy. With what the incident and all of the cake. You're not wrong. Swarm Emperor is fun. Okay, good. I think what I had originally was bio-horror bug humanoid, so I've definitely made improvements. All right. I can't remember who it was. It says it reminds them of General Grievous, and now I can't unsee it. Awesome. That pose is killer. Good job, Ricky. All right, we got Creepy Man pose number 1. Don't mind the base being kind of thrown off to the bottom. Also, I feel like you guys have seen enough of my face. I'm gonna go back to my corner. Whoop. And right now we're just, again, settle in, grab a seat, grab a drink. I'm on my second coffee right now. And I'm getting everything prepared for the main Tavern Keeper's Craft. I want to get more done if possible. I started off the week fantastic and then discovered that I had not saved a project from 2 weeks ago. So then I scrambled and redid it in about 30 minutes in like a mad dash. That went well, but now I don't want to look at that project for another 2 weeks. I promise I saved it this time. Rob says, ooh, good call. I need a coffee. Yes, coffee is all around the table, please. David also says, coffee. I might need a second cup. I will love that. Cheers. Rob says Swarm Keeper is a subclass in 5e Ranger, so that could be more SEO hitting. How did I not know that? I've not heard of that. Maybe it's because everyone hates playing as a Ranger. I always play as Beastmaster. Satyr says, I still like Hive Lord or Swarm Lord. Oh, I do like Swarm Lord. What about Swarm Lord Emperor? Ray says, God, if only there was someone who reminded me to save her files. If only. Reaper says, I already had my cup for the day. Do y'all seriously limit yourselves to 1 cup of coffee out here? This isn't even like a big cup. That's what I think. I'm just like, I love my dad because we have that like fancy espresso machine where like you press the button and it does the thing. It's like a Keurig, but not a Keurig. Anyway, and if you press the button twice, it just brews 2 coffee cups back to back. And that's how my dad does it. Because he'll say he had 2 coffees that day, but really it's 4. And I love that. Be more like my dad. David says BRB making coffee. Very good. Rob says swarm keepers are awesome. They can make their swarm anything. Bees, mosquitoes, rats. Whatever you want. Oh shoot, maybe I've been playing a druid all wrong. Maybe I should just be a ranger, the subclass of swarm keeper. Heck yeah. Mia, if you make your coffee strong enough, you don't need multiple coffees. I just like sipping on stuff. Like there's something about, I don't know, it brings out like the little raccoon in me. I just like the whole like coffee cup. I don't know. Also, more is more, 100%. And my coffees are not very strong. I put so much, by the time I'm done with it, I put so much like milk and creamer and sweetener in it. It's not really even coffee anymore. Ricky used to be like that too. And then one day, literally a singular day, Ricky was like, I'm going to try a black coffee. And then he never went back. So that's just me. Oh, that's a terrible joke. I didn't mean it like that. All right. Nope. We are dropping that. Don't. Okay. So I'm going to take these files here. Oh my God, I'm so sorry, Ricky. I'm going to take these files here and get them back into the main unposed version just in case I need to grab pieces. Wow, this casual pose might be my favorite. Oh, you were able to pose the fingers too. Oh, thank God. I hate posing hands. Very good. All right, let's go ahead and merge this as well. And now we'll have this action in casual. Ray, stop it. I'm moving on. It's as if I didn't even say it. I blame Aloha. I 100% blame Aloha. It was the first time I'd ever read a message from my mod though, and I was like, oh my gosh, I need to moderate my mod? I'm like, I don't think so. That doesn't sound like Aloha. I'm sorry, Ricky. I don't know. I didn't even see it happening at all when I was saying it. Goodness. Anyway, thank you, Satyr, for being on topic. Satyr says, also, I'd rather the Swarm Keeper be a Druid sub. That's what I was thinking. But the funny thing is, it could literally work as a subclass for any of the classes. That's true. I like a Swarm of Knives would be cool. Isn't that a thing? That's already a thing for Warlocks. Aloha says, I'm now officially on break for a little bit after having a few weeks of tons of art stuff, so I'm free to cause chaos. Beautiful. Enjoy the break. Oh my God, Satyr says, my wife can confirm that you can indeed go back. Are we getting too much Satyr lore? Although it did curse today's stream. Oh my Lord. Oh, this is the other model. This is the Galaxy Emperor. Not you. Same universe, but not what we're doing today. Bug hybrid humanoid. Oh, I forgot about the wings and stuff. That's right. This is also a reason why I make sure to come back to the original file, because there are some things that are better to pose just by hand instead of trying to rig them. For example, the wings here and these spider arms. So I always open up the original file because sometimes I forget what I'd even made because it's been, I don't know. I work on a lot of models. Okay, cool. We are finally prepared for the stream. Again, I usually do this before the stream starts, but I got a little distracted today. That was Mrs. Satyr lore. I don't know if she needs, now I know that about her. I think it's funny. Ray says, Mia, nothing could have prepared me for the razor cat ears and short blonde hair. Yeah, I still would use that headset if it worked. That's the only reason why I don't use it. Okay, just fun fact, side note here. I promise we'll get to ZBrush stuff and whatnot. Either way, thank you guys for being here. I am eyeballing this, it's like this super expensive headset. It's like Dragon Edition nonsense. It's red with this gold inlay. They're like $300 and I really want them, but I can't figure out what. It's not a reasonable purchase at all, but I'm going to buy them one day. Maybe for my birthday, Christmas. My birthday's in December, so it's easy to combo. Anyway, and then I'm going to wear them every single day. As far as the bleach blonde hair, yeah, my hair was bleached in every color under the sun for a long time. Also, I looked so baby. Like within like the last year, I feel like this part of my jaw just like dropped. I have no idea, but I'm very grateful for it because now I don't have as much of a circle head. Aloha says business expense. It would be tax deductible, like actually. But $300 is outrageous. Okay, well, I mean, they're good headphones. That's not outrageous. $300 to just have headphones during a stream. I'm not gonna do that. That's like what I spent on groceries for the whole month for Ricky and I. Okay. And I'm gonna show them to you guys since we're talking about it. Oh, they're 200, not 500 or 300. I'm about to do some girl math. There they are. Cool, they're actually, this isn't the site I was going to buy them from, but cheap. There we go. These ones. This is what I want. Oh, and they're on sale. They're half of what I thought they were. These are the ones that I want, though. Ricky, are you seeing this? We might talk about this after the stream. I don't need this at all. But they're wireless, too. Like, they Bluetooth, so I wouldn't even have, like, a cord or anything. And they have a built-in mic. But this mic works really well, but I don't know. Maybe it'd be nice to have one connected to my face. Anyway, that's enough about that. It's a sign. They're on sale. I know. Sater says, damn it, Mia. I was just going to say the combo Xmas gift. Sometimes it works to my advantage. This is true. Ray says, ooh, they're Steel series. Get them. I know, right? Anyway, not worrying about it. Not worrying about it. We are working. Ricky says, I'm trying to buy this headphones from Mia right now. Anybody have a bank account I can borrow? We got it. David came back with coffee. Very good. And then Sater says, sir, I gave you that information for your personal Domino's use. Oh, that's right. Say, non-sleepers is how much are they? Right now they're 139 US dollars. I thought they were 300. Turns out they're usually 200, but they're on sale right now. Again, they're super fancy, not needed whatsoever. But I probably will buy them today. Aloha says, after the stream, guys. Oh, I don't know if I want to read that. It's funny, but for people that were here in the beginning, it might be off topic. And then Sater says, Mia and Ricky, you need to do that weird thing that streamer girls do when they make a public gift wish list. People can buy them gifts. Oh man, yeah, that'd be too much for me. And that is kind of weird. That kind of reminds me, like, remember like when Amazon wish list became a big thing, and people were like, oh, just send me your Amazon wish list, and I'm like, I don't know. I would rather like have a small present. Like, I really like dark chocolate. There you go. Bam, easy. You can now give me presents for the rest of my life. As opposed to like sending someone like a literal list of things I picked out. I don't know. I think it's because like I grew up as an only child and I was super spoiled. It was just me. And my parents were well off. So especially just giving like a list of the things that I want. I don't know. Yeah, it was just a joke. 100%. And yeah, non-sleeper is like, how much you need, Ricky? No, we're totally joking. We are totally square. 100%. You guys are very sweet, though. If you want to buy a tavern pet, go nuts. And I'm happy to sculpt you a cute little dude. But we got it. All right. Let's move on to the Tavern Keeper's Craft. Rob says, that's not weird. Ask for what you want. We should all acknowledge our own self-worth and give people the opportunity to spoil us. Charisma isn't just a superpower, it's a skill, too. Yeah, I think that changed my mind. I was like computing just to see what my opinion on that was. Thank you, non-sleeper. That's very sweet. A cucumber tower pet? Absolutely not. That does put us most of the way to a Tabber Pat today, just letting you guys know. I'm going to go ahead and fill up that goal. I didn't even have it open today. Now it's like double discounted. Now I have to. So on a real note, I think I'm going to structure today's stream kind of back to the old days where I'm going to try to go through the entire Tavern Keeper's Craft, take a short break, probably a smoothie, and then come back for happy hour. So any of my students are hanging out right now. If you guys have any assignments you want me to review, go ahead and send that to me now on Discord. Or start working on it right now. You have about an hour 45 until I'm going to review. Bam. We're pretty much most of the way. Either way, just super appreciated. Thank you, non-sleeper. Hey, Bunny's here. Oh, I didn't think of that, Seder. I won't even read that out loud because that's so bad and I didn't think of that. Bunny just got here. Bunny's gonna be like, skim the chat. It's like that meme, like that like gif of Homer just backing up into like the hedge. It's gone. Yeah, Bunny, you're too innocent for today's chat. Run. Anyway, we're working on Swarmlord. I think I'm too innocent for this chat today. So we're gonna work on this scary bug monster. I love both of these poses so much. Thank you very much, honey. You did a great job. So the first thing I'm gonna do is split this base off into its own piece. I'm kind of tempted to put some sort of bug nonsense on here. And then Mia says, Foxy says, Mia, honestly, buy yourself a really good set. I won't say bad about certain brands, but you get your money's worth when you go to specialists. Okay, Audio-Technica. I am 90% sure that my dad is talked about these. No, wait. I recognize that logo. Isn't this, they're not as cute as the Dragon series, but isn't this the same brand as our record player, Ricky? I recognize the logo. And we're cool, so we have a record player. Ray, stop it. Nope. Stop. Your point, valid. Not gonna read it on stream. Yeah, sip my coffee and move on. Of course, today is the day that we have like double our normal view count. Hello to all 20 peasants. Love it. We're usually a little less, no, this is about right. Never mind. So right now what I'm doing is making sure these are ready for 3D printing. And really what that involves is making sure there's no like shearing on the mesh itself. Since I did this so like compartmentalized, see how like each thing is a separate piece, there's not a whole lot of distortion. I think all I need to do is throw some wings on him and call him good to go. Oh, that's terrible. Oh my gosh. I usually like to really like narrate the chat and say what's going on. So that way, if you're just listening, you can still kind of like follow along and stuff. But I cannot read most of this stuff out loud. I'm so sorry. You're not missing out. Ooh, just a pile of speeders. I like it. Are those Legos? Lego spiders? Looks like a Lego spider. Oh, check him out. Oh, he needed Doc Ock bug here. I love it. Do you have a spider brush? You could have him walking over a pile of bugs. I don't, but I do have a really, I have a couple really nice spiders I've sculpted before. Yeah, the classic Lego mini spider. I like it. Ricky is a huge Lego dork. The amount we have spent on Lego Technic sets, again, totally worth it. So these are the sets of Legos that are like, again, they're Technics. So it's not just like What I'm trying to say is like they're functional. Like it's really cute. Like when you actually like roll the wheels and stuff, there's pistons in the engine and they all like move. It's really, really cool. We have a ton of them, but we still haven't unpacked most of them because we really want to have the opportunity to have them like lined on a shelf or something. Ray says, gonna put a real spider in the chat for reference. He's just terrorizing me because I hate spiders. So glad to have you part of the mentorship program, Ray. Yoni says, Mia, have you tried the Street Fighter 6, right? With Monster Hunter Wilds collab. No, I haven't. I was doing the event quest to get the Mikasa scarf. I don't know what it's actually called, but that's what I think of every time I see it. And then maintenance start and kick me off. Bunny says, I still got my own Bionicle set. Oh, sick. I never got into Bionicles. I think Ricky did a little bit. All right, these look awesome. Hell yeah. We got these. Let's go ahead and add those sets of wings. And this is pretty much done. Bless. This is becoming my new favorite character. I believe I gave the requester, Mr. Banana Sham, the pain in the ass award for this one. But because of how easy it was to post-process, he might just become my favorite again. Excuse me. Yoni says, Bionicles was my shit back then. That's awesome. And why past tense? Aren't they still making them? There's nothing quite like having adult money to then buy all the stuff that you wanted as a kid. It's the best. Ray says, you'll live. And you didn't even post it, so I don't have to worry about it. You sit on a throne of lies. All right, let's talk like some real art chat really quick here. Oh, Rob says, me when Mia has a new favorite. You never had the pain in the ass award though. Previously that went to Foxy for their Warforged Samurai Ash. Oh yeah, Yoni, you need to turn in an assignment. It has been a hot minute. 0 updates, the burnout is real. Here. I'm gonna send you an assignment right now, Yoni. I know you're burned out, so this is counterintuitive, but this is important. We're gonna do it right now. When you're feeling burned out, this is exactly why I have that create bad art assignment. Read through this, have fun. Straight up. This is just about having a fun time. It's not a strict formula, just a general guide. Import a sphere. Use the move brush and just push stuff around. Set a timer for like 5 minutes and that's it. And just see what you get. I'm gonna send this to you right now, Yoni. Whenever you feel up to it, do this assignment first. Something just really silly. You don't have to do a good job. It's just about creating anything. Bam. And again, I'll give you a hard time if you like actually submit something nice. No references, nothing in plan. Just have a good time. Oh, it can be a sphere, or if you really want something to look a little different, click comma for lightbox and then project. And you can even just like click on this dog here or some like basic heads and I don't know, put tentacles on them. Just have fun. Don't worry about it looking like anything. That always helps me out every time. And then by the end of it, even if you don't like what you made, which is good, you probably shouldn't because it just create bad art. You can like go to sleep that day and be like, I made some art today. And that always feels good. It's so important not to ignore art burnout when you're feeling that way too, because that's how you get more burned out. So if you need permission to create some bad art, I'm happy to give it to you. And really it's a trap because bad art is the gateway to good art. Bad art is the gateway drug to good art. Yeah. Yemi says, thank you. I need to get back on track. And that's going to help a lot. I don't know if you're busy like right now at this exact moment, but just sit with the stream open, just open ZBrush and just chill. And if it freaks you out, just don't do anything with it. But if you feel brave, set a time for 5 minutes. Go nuts. Yes, the create bad assignment is like a side quest before getting back onto the main one, 100%. Though I have had students that have suffered from like super severe art burnout with a dash of depression. Anyway, and they actually had a create bad assignment that just like blossomed into a full project. And they didn't even know it was happening until like 3 days later. And they were like, oh man, I created a whole garden, didn't I? I'm like, yeah, they like sculpted like one little flower and then they kept making a bunch of little flowers. And then they were able to use all of those flowers they made into an IMM brush that they still use to this day. So again, no pressure to actually be that productive. When in doubt, just click on the spiral brush and go nuts. Like, is that not satisfying? Bam. Fun shape. You do get experience points for completing requests, or for quests. Exactly. You know, I'm going to actually go into my items asset library here and grab this spider web because I think I can kind of like merge it into the base. Yeah, here we go. These are 3D print friendly, so they're kind of like little like blobs. But if I extrude them upwards enough, you'll just see the ridge of the webs and that's gonna be perfect. Here we go. Also, if you're curious on how I made this, I know it's not mind-blowing, but if you're curious on how I made this, I can do a little demo. There we go. Doesn't it make the base look more interesting? Just having a nice little layer like that. And that's why you save stuff and put it in your asset library. Because again, it wasn't like mind-blowing by any means, but just a nice little detail. Do y'all remember Rampage from Beast Wars? I don't, but it's definitely giving me like Transformer vibes. David says, what is an IMM brush? Is it similar to a VDM? No, it's not. So an IMM is insert mesh, essentially. So insert multi-mesh. Though a IMM can have a single insert mesh, so it could just be insert mesh. VDM brush doesn't add new geometry, it deforms existing geometry. Yoni is correct. IMM stands for multi-mesh, or insert multi-mesh. You're correct. Aloha says, ooh, great job on Ricky proposing the joints, especially the fingers. I agree. I've just been able to like cut and paste. This has been amazing. God knows I needed a day like this. Oh my goodness. I've had some difficult models to make recently, and I'm like, wow, I'm so glad I'm growing as an artist. Oh my God. I'm officially like, you know what? Growth, overrated. I just want to be the same for like a month. And then I can go back to growing. How's that? And this is exactly the kind of model I wanted to work on today. He did fire it. Yes. Oh my God, I'm so pumped. Thank you for your order. We will notify you if the tracking number your order has shipped. Order confirmation below. Thank you for your business. Awesome. This is the last day that I will have a bare, or no, it's not the last day, but in a couple days will be the last day that I'll have just bare, boring head. Soon I will have fancy Red Dragon headphones. Oh, I'm so excited. And thank you to Non-Sleeper for like, you straight up made that an extra discount. I really appreciate it. Awesome. It's the little things. Tax deduction. I'm super excited. Also, I agree. Seeing them not on sale, it was a sign. And it's all because Ray became a student and was like, I was not prepared for cat headphones. Otherwise, I wouldn't have talked about it or even thought about it. Technically, Ray helped pay for those headphones too. Or Ray's dad, which makes that even funnier. And then Lois says, Mia, now buy Ricky a Bionicle in return. What would Ricky want in return? Honestly, probably a Lego. And those are just as expensive too. Hey, Aiden's here. I'm here. What is up, my dudes? Yeah, welcome back. Oh, I love Aloha spanning a bunch of wolves to welcome him in. That's perfect. Did you get your package? Did everything arrive okay? Aloha says, yeah, Mia had a streak of around 5-ish models that were all really tricky and required a ton of focus. Yeah, we had Knucklevi, a whole freaking cherry blossom dragon, this guy, and then why is there a whole model under him? Oh, I clicked the merge button and now they've fused together. Man, that is not the most PG looking thing. Let's just undo for a second here. This stream is just absolutely cursed. I just can't stop it from being what it's being. Stop. Just be cool. Just be cool. Anyway, I don't know what this is a reference for, but I just like the vibes. Oh, we're celebrating. Duh. Wow, my short-term memory like a goldfish over here. Don't mind it. I was just so distracted. It was so cute. I'm like, what is this for? All right, where is that other mesh that like fused itself? Stop. Stop being weird. Bunny says you could 3D print cat ears to clip onto your headset. Oh yes, I already have that planned, 100%. Why else do you have a 3D printer for if not to 3D print your own cat ears? You know, it's funny because I first got those when I was like 21 or 22. I remember saying like on stream a long time ago, and I was like, man, am I getting too old to wear these? And now that I'm almost 30, I'll be 29 this year, I'm like, even though you make your own rules, who cares? Ray says, pretty sure even goldfish remember more. 1, hurtful. 2, that is true. Goldfish actually do have pretty decent memories. Hey, honey.
Hello.
Thank you. It was like meant to be because it's on sale, right?
Yeah, once I saw it was on sale, I was like, oh, we have to. We've already been looking at them.
I know.
So when we last saw them, they were, I think, $250.
Right? Because I said $300.
So they've been discounted and then on sale. So very happy.
And then...
Quick Maverick cameo.
Maverick cameo. And he's always got to like stamp his hand.
Oh, yeah. All the time.
This is coming out so nice and requires like no cleanup.
Good.
I'm just working super slow and kind of just chilling. It's been really nice.
Do that.
Yeah.
Super slow, super long stream then. Ooh.
Yes, I'm double coffeed. Aloha. There he is, fresh out of the cucumber stream. Godspeed. Aloha, you have to stop saying this. Bunny says, almost 30. I feel so old. I'm 31. We're like the same age. That reminds me of Empress. She was like, I'm turning to dust. I'm like, oh, how old are you, Empress? Empress is like not even a full year older than me. Aiden says, I haven't got the package yet. My tracking says, moving to next facility. Ominous. I hope it arrives safely. If not, we would just mail it to you again. Oh, speaking of, we are getting stuff ready to do like 3D print orders. And we have like a whole little package thing going on. So Aiden's gonna get stickers and stuff. The only thing Aiden didn't get is this little logo sticker. But bam, our logo is now a sticker. Meep. It's gonna be awesome. Aiden, I think you're gonna be really excited with the package. Like, we're very particular with the way that we like put everything together, and everything is black, and like it looks really cool. You're gonna like it. Did we miss a Pickle Rick reference for Ricky's special? We definitely did. All right, what is this? Is that like a glitchy spot or is that a fine spot? It's a little glitchy. There we go. Fixed. All right, this is looking fantastic. Let's merge all of this down and make sure things are nice and out of the way at the same time. Merge down, base is complete. This pose is almost, stop running away from me. This pose is almost complete, and now we're going to make it one solid piece. So let's talk about that. It didn't require really any cleanup, which is my favorite. Usually, like, you know, like skin, like when you bend your elbow, this is obviously a very different shape than that. So when you rig it, it's going to be like kind of like a rounded off and look weird. So you have to like re-sculpt that elbow. since this is just a bug monster, I didn't have to do any of that, which is pretty awesome. Technically, if you do a good enough rig, it'll mitigate that, but whatever. Aiden says I'm super hyped. Rob says, so I have to buy prints from you guys, get that laptop sticker. It's funny you say that, because like, that's also where I put mine. I now have my own sticker on my laptop. But you are correct. We're gonna do a like buy 2 character pack, and it'll come with 4 models. It will come with 2 small copies and then 2 big copies, and you can pick 2 characters and you get 2 sizes for each. And then I'm only gonna tell you the guys this on stream because you're cool. We're actually able to fit 6. So sorry, I'm kind of spoiling this for Aiden. I know you paid for 4, but we actually sent you 6. So whatever we can fit into the package, we're always going to fill it to the brim. The promise is like 4, and that's what you're paying for, but up to 6 minis. We'll see. Oh no. I inhaled my coffee. It's just that kind of stream. Anyway, we've recovered. That's why you have a mute mic button. Oh my gosh, I was going to cough. Excuse me. Aloha says, Mia, will your website have the ability to order older prints? Yes. Yes, it will. All 1,000 of them. That being said, we're not sure how we're going to sell like dragons and stuff like that, but characters and humanoids and beasts, yes. Aiden says, ooh, what the worm? Never heard that before. I'm getting spoiled. Yes. Nerd says, I want a sticker. We're going to have sticker packs. We're going to have all kinds of cool stuff. Honestly, Nerd, I didn't keep the box. I don't have your address anymore. Otherwise, I would just mail you one because it's so cheap. It's easy. Alrighty. Man, it's been a chaotic stream. A great stream, but it's a little chaotic. Guys, I'm so excited to get this website up and running. You have no idea. I believe I'm like 60% of the way of uploading the models, but I'm now able to do it every single day. So we're making much better progress. All right, this is 5 million points, which is making it lag. So let's estimate it. Essentially, the more points a model is, the higher density it is, which means you can sculpt more detail on it. But once you're done sculpting, you don't need all that resolution. So you crush it down using Decimation Master or whatever your program calls it, and then you export that for 3D printing. I'm going to drink my coffee and not inhale it this time. Yoni says, this is so inspiring. Hell yeah, 3D print shop. Yeah, it's pretty exciting. Aloha says, Mia, you also have some mods to help you with website stuff. Yes, I have thought about that. If I had you guys do website stuff, I would pay you. So I've been thinking about that. It's just, in order to do the website stuff, you have to be so like deep into like my Google Drive and WordPress. And I feel weird about that. Like, you would have access to everything. I don't know if I'm ready for that yet. It's just a control issue. Don't worry about it. Once I get over that though, we could be done so quickly. I'm thinking about it. Non-Sleeper says, Mia, do you still have my address? I'm sure I have it in our DM somewhere. I know some of your address. I'm not gonna say it on the stream. Fun fact, Non-Sleeper and I have known each other for actually quite a few years now. And I had this old Mars printer, Amiga Mars printer, and I couldn't get it to work. I got something, was goofed up with the Z-axis or whatever, and I sold it to Non-Sleeper. I'm hoping for a good deal if I remember correctly. And I got it up and running, and I'm so glad. So yeah, I have sent presents to Non-Sleeper before. All right, this is still decimating, so cool. We're just gonna let it sit. It's cooking. Again, a reminder, it comes to Decimation Master. If you do cancel this operation early, check your activity monitor or task manager because it likes to just run still. I love ZBrush, but it's not the most optimized program. So because it's going kind of slowly, it's for one of two things. One, it's because it is high-ish poly count, it's 5.7 million points. And two, this likely means that somewhere on the model is a bunch of polys that are intersecting, and that's causing it to get hung up a little bit. It is still making decent progress. I'm going to let it continue, but I guarantee I'll be able to find some sort of funny business on this model. Sater says, true, I thought yesterday was unhinged. Same. Ray says, contract equals control. You're right. Sater says, is it a gift if you paid for it? Maybe not, but I want to say I put something else in there too. But also, I will happily accept a gift of your bamboo when you replace it. For real though, when I do sell my 3D printers and stuff, and it's always a super good deal. More than half of what I paid, if I paid for it at all. Most of my printers have been sent to me by like the company, but not by like strangers. Anyway, I will keep you in mind for sure. Yoni says, I got printers if y'all need help with extra printing. I love that our community is like all about that too. David says, Mia, Google gobble gobble, one of us, one of us. Well, just kidding. Blender has its quirks too. Absolutely. I love the way he worded that though. Absolute chaos. All right, my computer has recovered. We're done. That worked. We decimated. I'm gonna try to see if I can find what it's so mad about. Usually it's pretty easy to tell. If you go to auto groups and then Command-Shift-Click, you can click on isolated polygroups. So I haven't said this in a while. So this is like the hierarchy in ZBrush. The entire project you're working on is called a ZBrush project. A project has tools. Those are located here. So for example, I have like this scene right here that has all the individual pieces. I have the spider web piece right here. These are all just different tools. Every tool has subtools, which are these pieces here. And finally, but not least, every subtool has polygroups. Once you get familiar with that little hierarchy, you'll be much more comfortable moving around ZBrush and how it all works. Again, just think of it like an umbrella. You got a project, it's full of tools. Tools full of subtools. Each subtool can have polygroups. There you go. Pieces of pieces of pieces. If any of my students are like, wait, what? I can write that down. Sater says, and we have Foxy for those UK friends too. And Foxy mentions, I don't have a commercial tier thing, so I can't produce for the UK. Yeah, my merchant tier on Patreon is $40 a month. If y'all are like cool with me though, and you want to see if you can like sell enough to at least break even, just DM me. Like, I spoil the crap out of my live stream viewers. I trust you guys. I'm not worried about it. Sater says, I'm sure Mia would work something out with you if you're printing for the community. Sater, you're coming for my job. At this point, you could just put on a blonde wig and live stream for me, I think. Amazing. Oh, Desiree's back. Hey, welcome back. Do you save your projects as files or as tools? That's a great question. You absolutely could save them as tools. I do save them as projects. I don't have a great reason for why though. It's just something that I feel like feels more reliable, but that's completely made up. You could absolutely save them as tools. There's no problem with that. I've noticed when you save as projects, it will save some of your lighting scene and like the background colors, and I do like that. So there's at least one reason why I do that. Rob says, I hear polygroups and my ears perk up because I'm always in polygroups. That's hysterical. Diversity win. No kidding. David says, Mia, nope, I can't follow. Start from the beginning. How do I make a cube? I picked up on your like goofy energy immediately. Love it. In tonight's performance, the role of Mia will be played by, yeah, like what? Sater, what are you, 6'4", 6'4" tall man from Pennsylvania? Hysterical. Blonde wig, brunette. Listen. Certainly not blonde though. Look, we're not gonna get into the weeds on this, but trust me, it's lighter than you probably think it is. I get that a lot when people see me like on camera or like in pictures versus like, I don't know, in like lighting. Again, it really depends. It's the same like on stream, like my eyes look like black. They don't look black in person, I guess. Non-sleeper says, I would not look terrific as a blonde. Redhead, maybe. Alrighty, let's keep on working. Ooh, this is the piece that caused problems, very obviously. Look how angry it is. Can I just delete you and close holes? Will that work? It's worth a shot. No. Absolute meltdown. All right, all right. Let's unboolean this and let's go find that problem. Sater says, but also her camera at that setting might capture my chest, but seriously, be my chin to my sternum, probably not go above my shoulders. Ray says, who said we wanted anything else? That's the perfect angle. Oh my god, fantastic. Alrighty, what do we got going on here? We're going to close holes and auto groups because something about this body piece here is having an look at this absolute fit it is throwing. That's okay. I have dealt with many a mesh. It's like, no, I will not close holes. That's fine. Interesting. Does this even need to be there? Oh, it's that outside piece. Oh, I remember this earlier when I was creating it and it wouldn't auto group into separate pieces. Yeah. Oh my goodness. Funny says, I should probably think about going to make dinner. What you thinking about making? There you go. So see how there was a thin line in topology right here? ZBrush gets super confused because it can't close holes against topology like this. So you just delete the bridging problem, close holes. Come on. And there you go. All is restored. So this is why it took a little bit longer to decimate. Perfect. As I've mentioned, I have worked with many a mesh and have made many a mistake, so I generally know what to look for. Check mesh integrity, looking much better, and remesh by union. Aloha says, when you're not streaming, do you ever instinctively look over where the chat would be to read it? All the damn time. It is such like a built-in habit at this point. Yeah, all the time. And to be perfectly sappy, I'm always kind of like, oh, I'm peasantless. Now, streaming has grown on me in a way that I definitely didn't expect. Alright, I'm going to use a knife brush to flatten his little feet and generate fresh topology. I find this does the best job. So before, after. The only caveat is the knife brush really likes to crash the program. I know that hasn't happened even once on stream, so I'm starting to think that maybe I was the problem. But I still don't trust it, so if you're going to use the knife brush and ZBrush, just use it with caution. Yoni says, I'll try to sculpt anatomical pieces or an anime phase. That sounds super difficult. Are you joking? Just create an alien blob. Get back into it. Be nice to yourself. Aiden says, this guy looks like what a necromorph would look like if it incorporated bug elements into its mutations. We had someone say almost exactly that when I was designing it, plus that it's kind of like General Grievous. Love that. Hive mind. And then Buddy says, I got some fish portions in the freezer, some courgettes. What in the world is a courgette? I'm assuming it's not like a baguette. It sounds more like a vegetable than a bread. And spring onions I might saute. Potatoes and carrots I boiled the other day. Plus I made an apple and rhubarb crumble with maple syrup. That was so close to rhyming, and I would imagine you like a little gnome that lives in a cottage. Because that sounds like gnome cottage food in the best way. Or bunny food, some might say. Oh, it is raining. Oh, my poor turkey. I don't know when it started, but long time ago, my horse was being an absolute menace for like the vet or the farrier. This was years ago, before an appropriate amount of loving whoop-ass from me and teaching him to be a gentleman. And they called him a turkey. Like, this guy was so frustrated. He was like, ah, you damn turkey. And now I call my horse Turkey, like, lovingly all the time. So if I ever say that, that's what I'm talking about. But he's just been having a hard time, and he hates rain. Poor dude. It's not his day. That's okay. All right. Reduce this. Yoni says, let's go with alien blob. Good. Ray says, courgette. Wow. Is that not how you say it? I have no idea what that word is. Zucchini. It's just a zucchini? Why do y'all say things wrong? Why do they make things sound so confusing? Non-sleeper says, was frozen there for about 5 minutes. What'd I miss? Welcome back. Not much. I was talking about calling my horse a turkey and then apparently mispronouncing courgette, which I'm now going to only say it that way. Oh yeah, I love being on topic. Don't forget to like the stream. It does make a huge difference. But there's 25 of y'all here right now, which is amazing. So just being here is the best. I told you guys, right, that I'm now making enough on YouTube to pay taxes on it, which technically speaking is above $1. You have to pay taxes on everything. But the actual number that you get is 600. That's when you finally get like a 1099. Anyway, very exciting. It's French. You pronounce the G like a soft J. Courgette? Ah. Listen, it's spelled a lot like baguette. Are we saying that wrong too? Because baguette has the same last half of it. Why would I know it's supposed to be courgette? You guys know what... Do you say badge? Like... Also, Bunny, thank you for not just laughing at me. I knew I was saying it wrong because Ray was... Whenever you guys quote me in the chat, that's usually a bad sign for me. David says, oh, thanks for the reminder. I forgot. You're welcome. Yoni says, I want it to be easy. No. It is never easy peasy lemon squeezy. It is always lemon, lemon, difficult lemon. And that's just the way of things. Embrace the struggle. Ray says, oh dear. Sater says, oh boy. What have I done? Bunny. Okay, so, oh god. Lesson in French. Phonology. Get her, Bunny. Oh my god, I love this. I love that you guys know each other too. Like you knew he was going to explain it. That's beautiful. That genuinely brings me a lot of joy. Wholesome community moment. Yoni says, embrace the suck. Even more than that, again, so not, okay, we don't talk about religion, but if we did talk about religion, there's some really interesting, like, Buddhist ideology about, like, it's not about, like, embracing the struggle. It's just, like, that's where, like, where life is. It's, like, in choosing your struggle. And I don't know. It really resonated with me. I'm not a Buddhist, but, like, there's cool stuff to read about it. God, look at this weird little funny insect butt. God, he looks so cool. Insect butt. Alrighty. So I imagine we have the same problem on the torso here that we did on the other mesh. So instead of making ZBrush deal with it, we're going to go ahead and repair that right now. And the way that we do that is come over here, see this little problem, tell it stop being a problem, just delete that topology entirely because it does not affect anything that's visual or structural to the model, and just merge down. And there you go. So now I decimate this, it's going to be much faster. So let's go ahead and do that. Bam, that's cooking. I can go ahead and learn. Bunny says, I have to post in the Discord because it's too long. That's beautiful. I'm hyped. David says, wait, are we talking about religion? No, I broke my own rule. No religion, no politics. But David says, can I tell you about my Lord and Savior, the God Emperor? Just kidding. I don't know enough about Warhammer to continue that joke. I appreciate the attempt, though. Someone give him a little bit of poing. A singular poing coin. And I also don't know enough about Warhammer. You know, I was thinking about that yesterday, and you guys, like, reverse nerd FOMO'd me. I was like, you guys reference Warhammer all the time. And I'm like, I don't get Warhammer. It's like the only thing it's like the only dorky thing I don't do. Am I not doing enough? And now I'm like, what would be an easy way to get into Warhammer? What is a non-expensive way to get into Warhammer? And I was like, these are peasant thoughts. These aren't even my own thoughts. And then I left it alone. Ray says, my only god is corn. Blood for blood. God skulls for the skull throne. Oh my god. See, and there goes the Warhammer chat. It really feels like all the cool kids are doing it. This is like reverse peer pressure dork. All right, Bunny says, you do pronounce the T in courgette. Oh, I'm so nervous about saying this. Courgette. The double T followed by an E means you pronounce it. If there is no double T, it's just an A sound, like in beret. The U after G in baguette is what turns it from a soft G to a hard G. Oh, okay. You know, I never doubted my ability to pronounce things and to word until I talked for hours on stream every day. And now I'm like, am I qualified to do this? Am I qualified to talk? I think so. Rob says, Mia, it's the best rule. No gods, no kings. How do I not say it that way? Oh my god, I'm never saying nope. So yeah, no politics, no religion, no gods, no kings. Oh my god, I need to write that down. That is my new favorite thing I've ever heard in my life. I'm going to update the Discord rules to say that. Amazing. Amazing. She got it and then corrected herself. I panicked. Matt says, welcome back. Anecdotally, I have never seen anyone play Warhammer and look happy while doing it. You know, I completely agree. And also, I'm kind of the same way. Like, this is also, like, you guys have joked about it, but I will never live stream me playing video games. Because one, I'm not a streamer girl that does games. I do art. And also, that's my time to get away from you guys. Let's be real. Anyway, back on topic. I look so mad when I play video games. It just like, I'm gonna have like mad wrinkles right here. I mean, I already do. I'm having a great time. Really, that's just what I look like. Courgette. I'm panicking. Like, the way this, it's a zucchini. You're all wrong. And Rob says, plainly, there isn't a non-expensive way to get into Warhammer. This is what I feared, as I just spent like $150 on headphones. I would type it as courgette, but tomato. Thank you. I think the reason why this pains me is because I really do enjoy pronouncing things correctly. But again, like based on dialect, there's whatever, different ways to pronounce things. But it's why like saying words like mountain, like I'll say the T in it still. But like around here, everyone says like mountain. There's no T. Kitten. They just drop the last T entirely. Even though it's kitten, mountain. Just Google how to say zucchini. No, I will not say it. It is now zucchini. Forever, henceforth, and henceforth. All right, I worked on this nice and slow and chill, and it was great. And now I'd like to actually get it done. So what we're doing right here is I'm adding the wings and the Doc Ock spider arms. And the reason why I didn't put these into, or my husband didn't put them into Character Creator 4 to pose them, is because why? It's actually a lot faster to take things that are not going to bend and to just use the 3D gizmo to position them after the fact. So to do this, I am taking a subtool from one tool to another tool. And I can do that because you can put multiple tools in a ZPR. There we go. We got some wingage going on here. Does anybody watch Community? That made me think of Winger. All right, and next we're going to add in these excellent spider legs. All right, so I'll go to, in order to move a subtool from one tool to another, go to the tool that you want. Actually, sorry. Go to the tool that has the thing, the subtool you want, make sure it's selected, then go to your like target destination and click on append. I am violently circling it, see? Append, click on that. It's like, oh, why not insert? They do the same thing. It just changes what like position your subtool hierarchy it is, but it doesn't actually mean anything. You can just move it. I click append just because the button's on top. Append, scroll over here, and you'll see at the top will show subtools from other tools you have created. And underneath that are just your primitives. So there are my spider arms, a nice picture of it. Click on that, and there you go. You now have moved your subtool to the scene that you actually wanted. Sater, I can't remember. Have you actually, like, you've used ZBrush, right? I don't know why this is on my brain right now, of like what 3D programs that you use, even though I know you're not in school for that right now. Oh, that looks so freaking, that is bitchin'. Oh, that's so cool. Sater says, Mia, but seriously, amazing lore to Warhammer. I absolutely refuse to get into the game. I listened to Lorehammer podcasts to start getting into the lore, and they do a really good job. That sounds nice. If I didn't talk to you guys by live stream, maybe I'd listen to that. Bunny says, I kind of hate the lore because the setting is miserable, but I like playing tabletop games with friends. I like eldritch, awful, horror, miserable vibes. I'm not sure why. I either am playing a game that's like garden simulator, cute stuff. I actually don't have that game, but like garden-y, cute stuff. Like Animal Crossing. Love Animal Crossing, love Stardew Valley. But it's either like that or like eldritch horror is like my favorite setting to play in. No in between. Sater says, Mia, 3ds Max, Maya, 3D Max. Not 3ds Max. 3D Max, Maya, ZBrush Fallen School, Blender for the Donut a few years ago. Yes. I don't know why I'm not DMing you this. Whatever. Sater, I offered this to Reaper, but she mentioned like her computer would blow up anyway, and that was for sticker payment. So the offer's open again. If you want a license for ZBrush Core, I can just give it to you. It's been sitting unused. Again, it's not the full program, but I'm literally not using it. I know you don't have time right now, but like I could just give you the key and then you could just keep it. Just don't like impersonate me to Max on support and be like, I have the key. Give me the full key. because technically speaking, it'll be forever tied to my account. But it's just sitting there, and it's been bothering me that I have artists in the chat, and I have nothing to do with it. So just an offer. Mia is the podcast. Yes, I am. Also, I know this is unfair. If anyone's like, I want your copy of ZBrush Core. No, you're not a mod. This is only for Sater if he wants it. David says, Mia, if that's the case, do you like Souls games, specifically Elden Ring and Bloodborne? That's a great question. I'm not good at games. I'm not bad at games. I'm just fine. I'm pretty good at tactical games. I can give anyone a run for their money in a game like Civilization. But like, there's something about playing Elden Ring and I just freak out. So if I wasn't like freaking the fuck out, maybe I'd be fine. But like, talk about panic roll to an extreme. It's like, and then like you die and it resets you to a position, you run back. I don't know, like Monster Hunter, I have no problem. I'm fine at that game too. Not breaking records, but fine. I wish I was better at Souls-like games. I just feel like they're there to like upset me. It's like I'll make a little bit of progress and then it like spits on me. And sometimes I'm in the mood for that. But generally, I like to have fun when I relax. So, yes. There are some great Warhammer tactical games. Say less. I'm actually very interested in that. You know, didn't they add some of those to Game Pass recently? I've been thinking about downloading that. But I need to play Expedition 33 first. And then I saw they just added Metaphor Refantasio. Metaphor Fantasio? Whatever, that game. Which is kind of like a Persona-like, so I want to try it. You should make an Eldridge mini pet. That would be awesome. The way you spelled Eldridge instead of Eldritch, maybe I've read it as Edelgard because I'm playing Fire Emblem Three Houses like for the 5th time. Ray, I just cannot censor myself all of the time. This is why I can't end up being like, I need to be a small creator forever. I'm in a nice little safe space here. But you guys know what I mean. Like the game, like Souls-like games exist to crush you. Why did I say spit on you? Why did I say that? Well, it's on stream on the internet forever. I've said worse. David says, Mia, my wife loves the Metaphor game. And sorry, autocorrect. No problem. That's great. Matt says, Mia, I couldn't get into Souls-likes until I played Elden Ring with my brother using seamless co-op mod. Yeah, that's what I want to do with my husband. And that's why I'm really excited for Elden Ring Night Rain, which comes out like in 2 days. And I would love that. Might be something to look into if you have someone to play with. I agree. Also, Three Houses is the best Fire Emblem. Yes, I found that out the hard way because I was like, wow, Fire Emblem Three Houses is my absolute baby. I love that game. I think I have like 400 hours in that game. Anyway, I've only beat it like 3 times, but you know how that is. Like you keep starting it and not finishing it. Anyway, then I tried other Fire Emblem games and I'm like, these kind of blow, in my opinion. They weren't even close. Do you want to get back to the 3D modeling? Yes, Mom. Or Dad, I guess. Whatever you are. I did say I wanted to do that, and then I immediately didn't. I apologize. I have been not super productive this stream, and it has been healing and great, but I do have a job to do. So I will do that. It's because you guys have we all have the same interests, and it makes it very difficult to not get distracted talking to you guys. But it's okay. I can do a better job at balancing engagement. And I know you're not criticizing me. I'm talking like, this is what I want to get work done too. All right. Doing the thing. Oh, it comes out today. I want to play that. Aloha, are you getting in that game? Easily distractible. Yes. Easily entertained. But I've always thought that was a good thing. I'm sure you guys heard that as a kid, like, only boring people are bored. Never had that problem. Night Ring comes out in like a few hours. Oh, I really would like to play that. But I am going to work. I guess I love my job. I said that really dry, but I'm being serious. I really do love my job. I'm surprised it doesn't come up more often in stream of like balancing like work with something that you love. This is so creepy and cool. Ricky, you absolutely killed this. All right, this is going to be the casual pose. And then we're gonna get this, here, let me set a timer on my watch. That always really helps me. I can get this buttoned up in, I would say 15 minutes. And that's fully exported and uploaded online. Quote me. David says, actually no, I've only heard of sit down and shut up. Womp womp. Only stupid people are never bored. Huh. I feel like I'd hear the absolute opposite of that. Timer started. Let's go. What is this, Aloha? I completely missed this. Wario dies in a car crash while listening to Ed Sheeran meme. Missed that entirely. Was that when Yoni was saying that whatever weird down? All right, that's looking good. I'm not too worried about how this is going to fit on the base. Because whenever I'm dealing with things that are not a player character, I know this is like when the chat fills with, that'd be my player character. No, it wouldn't. This is a boss or something you'd fight. Anyway, I don't have to be as particular with how it fits on the base then, because it is meant to take up space on the table and cause problems. I'm gonna bulk up these arms just a little bit because, man, there's a lot going on here. Sweet, looking good. Remesh by union, and then we're all good. Aloha says, yes, Mia, I pre-ordered it. It arrives tomorrow. Heck yeah. Rob says, I'm just over here waiting for my Switch 2 pre-order. I did not pre-order it. I thought I do want it. Remember, I looked at the price point. I remember being like, I'm never going to buy that. And then like, yes, I am. Let's be real. I'm super excited about it. I hope that like at least some games take advantage of like the gimmick of like putting the controller on its side and using it as a mouse. I think that has a lot of potential. But it's the same way like the DualShock controllers, which is the new PlayStation controllers. They have like that fun little touchpad and stuff, and no one ever uses it. So yeah. Oh hey! Thank you, Non-Sleeper. You paid for the rest of the Tower Pet. Little Wolf Chat Pet. We did make a little wolf Tower Pet already, but if you want another one, we can always do that. Hayden says, someone send help. I have 2 cats sleeping on me and I cannot move. All right, let's talk about this Tower Pet. Again, thank you, Non-Sleeper. Well, bam. We are full up, just like that. Well, now I know what we're doing for happy hour. Amazing. Matt says, will we finally get a sequel to Mario Paint? I doubt it. No, a Zucchini. I am not doing a Tower Pet of Zucchini. No. I'm just not. Rob says, Nintendo hooked me young. I've been playing Nintendo religiously since I was a little kid in the 80s. No kidding. I think for me, it was Pokemon was the big thing. Man, these look so freaking good. Awesome. All right, I'm gonna get this all finished up and then probably take a small break. I still have 11 minutes to finish this, and then we're gonna sculpt that tabard pet. Let me save a copy of this really quick. I'm gonna name it AAA. And then I wanna show Non-Sleeper really quick of this, the tabard pets we have so far. Because we do have a little wolf already that Aiden paid for, actually. Thank you again, Aiden. This is the rust monster we made most recently, but here's the little wolf that we did. Here it is, and it does have the tiniest little booty. There he is. Check him out. I absolutely refuse to do a vegetable. We're not doing that. Ray says, I don't know if the Pokemon series fell off or just prefer the old ones because of nostalgia and sentiment. I get you. The first one I played, I think it was on my SP. It's the one that had a backlight that'd flip up finally. Anyway, like I think that's when I played Crystal, which I think is the oldest one that I played, but I don't think I could read at that point. I was like 5 years old, but I still played it. And then I think after that, obviously I played like Emerald, Sapphire, Ruby Red, all that good stuff. The new ones I do think are good. I really enjoyed Scarlet and Violet, even though they play like absolute trash. I still really enjoyed them. Foxy putting like vegetable people. How much do we? No, we're not. No. Non-Sleeper says, okay, then a cat. I would love to do a cat. Yes, let's do it. We're doing a cat. But in a second. And then Aloha says, Mia, I don't think Night Rain is crossplay, so I'm going to play with those who also got it on PS5. Oh, I can buy it on PS5 then. I have both. I'll keep that in mind though, like honestly. White has my heart forever. I did not play Black and White. That's like the only Pokemon games I just completely missed. I can't remember if those came out at the end of high school, early college, or whatever, but I didn't exist then, so yes. All right, I'm going to merge all of these down, just like so. Put them into my NZPR. Unify and then rotate 90 degrees. And the reason why I do that is because the axis is switched in ZBrush versus most 3D printing softwares. And so the reason I'm doing this is because even though it's a monster, I still want the base to be medium size, which means a 25mm circle. It's about 2 inches for us USans, Americans. Anyway, looks like I didn't get it completely 90 degrees. There we go. And then as far as how big the model is on it, for humans and stuff, usually I go for 28mm, which is approximately like a scale to like a 6 foot tall person. So that's why I'll make like my elves a little bit shorter. And specifically that's 28mm from the bottom of their foot to eye level. This gets complicated if they're like hunched over and that kind of stuff, so you need to just kind of intuit. There we go. These are gigantic. Great. I want to make sure he is, you know, really tall and really imposing. I think I have room to make him even a touch taller, and I don't care that his tentacles are hanging off of the base. Again, it is a monster. He is a spooky boy. That is all good. I like for my bases to have this clean edge, so I'm going to go ahead and use my move brush and just tuck these into place. Perfect. All right, that's looking good. Let's make sure this other pose isn't going to clip with the base. This is the only one I'm kind of worried about. I also want it to be roughly the same size. A really easy way to make sure your models are proportionate, even if one is hunched over, is just line up their heads and just see if those are the same size. You can even turn on transparency mode and just line up their head. And then it's like a foolproof way to make sure that your models are the exact same size regardless of pose. And the reason why they're different to even start with right now is because when you move from like different software, sometimes rescaling can be a bit of an issue. And because we're not making anything to like mechanical precision, I can just eyeball it. That is plenty accurate enough. All right, are you gonna fit on the base or are you gonna be a problem? It's a little bit of a problem. How much can I change your feet and make you look good still? Because I can always give one of these a slightly larger base version. How much do I need to scale you down? We'll see. Ooh, how about a fox? That would be awesome. Oh, a displacer beast pet. These are all super good ideas. Could the cat be a displacer beast? I'm gonna go with just a normal cat for now, but maybe for a future Taver pet, maybe then. Though a fox chibi would be awesome. I would love to do that. We can't go more than a week without a Taver pet being funded, so it will happen sooner than later. Maybe today. Sometimes we get a double in this one day. All right, I'm gonna place 1 foot right here, and then I'm trying to see the best way to adjust this pose to make sure he's still going to fit without causing a bunch of problems. It looks like I can grab both of these legs and just kind of scoot them forward. It's tricky because if anything, I would push this leg even farther forward. So what I'm probably gonna do is just break my rules a tiny bit here and just make this base a touch bigger for this one version, which I'm okay with doing that. Every now and then I'll have some bases are 25mm, and then for my beasts and my monsters, I'll go up to 30. We'll see. Rob says, one of these days we'll get a raccoon. That would be super cute. What are with all these excellent Taver pet ideas all at once? It's okay. Oh, speaking of, in 2 days, I'm officially calling it season 1 of Taver Pets will be over. And what that means is essentially when I eventually run a Kickstarter and I sell all these as one like giant pack, season 1 will be the only ones included until the next Kickstarter. So if you do want like this raccoon and this fox and these other things, and if you have any plans on just outright purchasing those, do them within the next 2 days. Otherwise it's gonna be even longer until you get them. Just letting you know. Oh yeah, I forgot about the alligator idea too. The next Kickstarter we have coming out will launch in about 2 weeks, and it'll be like my Mastercraft collection, and everything will be resin and FDM friendly. And then about probably July will be season 1 of Taver Pets, and that will have stickers, 3D printables, physical and digital files. So digital files like normal, and they'll also be offering physical prints. It's gonna be awesome. Trash Panda. Oh, I'd love to do a possum too. I think possums are adorable, like unironically. I have 3 minutes left on my timer, so we actually did it. Even with all the talking. Good job, me. Which has been a delight. Oh my goodness. I miss just kind of like goofing around and talking with you guys instead of having to panic, grind, and get an entire model done. I mean, I feel like we did it in a relaxed, fun way. But when I tell you, man, I have been tired after these streams. I am looking forward to having this one be done and still feeling kind of like not a zombie. All right, that's all lined up. Very good. Tool, export. And then I'll make a duplicate of this base, and we're going to resize it slightly just to complement this critter here. Because it's so close to lining up, but I don't think it's worth reposing the whole thing. All right, let's let's go to the bottom of this and scoot it on over. Epic. I forgot about all of these rocks and stuff. Are you going to be in my way? Prefer if you were not. All right. This rock is going to be in the way. Boo. That's fine. That's why I have an unmesh version of it, which is right here. Delete the big rock, and we're in business. Ray says, oh my god, you don't advertise how in depth you have these videos. They're so thorough. What the fuck? Oh yeah. No, I don't make bad content. So my mentorship program is pretty intense and pretty in depth. I just like to make sure that I always want to under promise and over deliver. That's kind of my brand. So if you guys are interested in learning how to 3D sculpt and stuff, I got you. Also, I'm terrible at advertising my own stuff. That's part of it too. But seriously, I take that very seriously. Like, again, under promise, over deliver. What is it? And then profit, stonks, whatever. Decimate this. There we go. You made me, I swear. No, it's been happening more and more. My cover's blown. And it's sure, I swear like a sailor when I'm not on stream. Oh yeah, what video are you watching right now, Ray? I'm curious because I know I gave you like the information to like check out the website and stuff. I don't think you were officially assigned anything yet. Oh, yeah, that is super smart. I'm glad you're doing that. Although, so Ray says, I have an understanding of most of ZBrush because I've been using it for a bit. So checking the first sets of videos, see if I have any gaps. So I'm skimming the UI ones. That's excellent. That is what I do with most of my students. I will start them from the very beginning. But I could tell that you're more on like the driven side. And I'm like, he's probably going to watch these anyway. And sure enough, you're doing it. Amazing. Rob says, as a literal sailor, I approve. Ray says, I was surprised it even had the workspace setup. Oh, absolutely. I go from the very, very beginning. So all of my students are at completely different levels. Some of them want to do this full time, some of them don't. But I figured I would just make videos in my mentorship program that cover literally everything. The only thing I don't have videos on is business advice. I save that for like one-on-one phone calls or DMs in Discord. And that's just because business advice is just not blanketable. You know what I mean? It's so like customized from person to person. And I'd hate for someone to have a bad experience because they watch a generic video. All right, we named him Swarmlord. Swarmlord, this is the casual pose. No base. I went about 3 minutes over, but we are exporting and he looks bitchin'. Oh, I'm so happy. This is possibly one of my favorite models of all time. Because I don't have anything that looks like him. Ah, damn, he's cool. David says, Mia, oh, that reminds me, how often do we do the video calls for the business part? You know, it's very flexible with each student. With Matt, I do them every single week. With you, I imagine we're probably going to do them once a month is what I'm expecting. We got to build up that backlog of your stuff to sell. Get that store populated. Are you waiting on me to finish that dude? Honestly, I'm waiting for you to probably have at least 5 models finished. Rob says, I would like to apply for being a student again in the near future. Oh, that'd be awesome. I'd love to have you back. I'm also going to start a graphic design degree, I think. No kidding. That would be super cool. Well, if you have any like general questions about like graphic design and like softwares and stuff, Ricky knows a ton. So, and he's worked with like Adobe software products and Apple as well. So you're always welcome to ping him in the Discord and be like, hey, like what would you recommend to get my feet wet, that kind of thing. David says, okay, fair, I'll try. Sounds good. Remember, passion before product, which you definitely have, but now we need the product. Alrighty, Patreon releases. This is our Swarm Lord. I can't say it normal, it has to be Swarm Lord. And then I need to write a note to myself to make sure that I message these to Mr. Banana Sham. His name is John, but when you have the opportunity to say Mr. Banana Sham, you say Mr. Banana Sham. All right. He paid for a priority ticket, which means that he supports me on Patreon and gets access to everything. But that means he didn't have to wait in line for his request to be done. So I'm going to mail this to him right away. For the rest of y'all, this will be released probably Monday. So just in like 3 or 4 days here. There we go. Even keep a fantastic memory. If you're a creative and you got lots of things on your plate, I really recommend having sticky notes and writing stuff down. All right, those have been uploaded. Amazing. Rob says, heck yeah, will do. I'm doing lots of Photoshop training right now for a video series in YouTube, or from a video series in YouTube. Okay, cool, cool. All right, this guy, he's done. I'm gonna go ahead and open up the Tavern Pets, and it's okay that I don't save right now because he's done. Trauma from deleting that model. Okay. All right, there's our cute little guy. And I can get this done in 15 minutes. Non-sleeper, are you here? I don't want to make this without you. Ray says, I have the Notes app on my taskbar. Very handy. Oh yeah, nice. That works fantastic too. If non-sleeper is here right now, I'm going to sculpt this Tavern Pet right now. If not, I'll go on break, come back, and then see if they're here. I can sculpt it without them being here, but since they donated the full amount for the bar and unlocked it today, I would like to make sure they're here for it. In the meantime, let's go ahead and grab some references. Ooh, non-sleeper is here. It's Tavern Pet time. All right, what are Tavern Pets? Tavern Pets are just cute little dudes that I make. They will be a 3D printable collection that I release probably on Kickstarter with all kinds of other goodies in about, by the summer, I'd say. So yes. That's it. They're chibis. They're really cute. Designing chibis can be like deceptively difficult, or deceptively easy because they are difficult because there's kind of like rules you have to follow and whatnot. So I'm going to talk about these while I design them. This is actually a rust monster, so that one was particularly challenging. How have I never logged in on Pinterest? Log me in. Come on. I know what a cat looks like, I think, but it's really important that whenever you're designing literally anything that you have references. I'm a huge fan of using Pinterest for stuff like this. All right. Huge fan of all of these. Really, really cute. Everything is an ad, but they're still cute. Okay. Ooh, with the little witch hat, that could be cute. We could do a witch cat. I'm gonna screenshot that as well. So one of the things with chibis, as far as like proportions and rules go, you notice that almost all of these have a 1-to-1 ratio. So one head, one body. Hey, cat reference. We do need real cat references too. I'm just gonna get into that. So when you're doing chibis, it's important that you still look at the reference of like what the actual thing looks like. And that will help you define like secondary forms. This is precious. Oh my God. Oh, I like this cat bee too. These are searching my pens. These are all things I have penned only. Yeah, I'm on my profile. Stop it. All pens, not just my pens. Anyway, there we go. Gonna screenshot just normal cat. And I love pushing as well, because who doesn't? So I'll screenshot that as well. This one kind of pushes that rule of that 1-to-1 ratio because the head isn't really defined. But if you look at it, it is still roughly about 1-to-1. Non-sleeper is wanting an orange cat. Chaos, I like it. Cat, orange cat. I had an orange cat growing up. I had a couple. His name was Kato. He was such a good man, and he had a big old like white circle spot on his side. Well, it wasn't a spot, it was like a target, literally. Orange cat. Orange cat again. All right, we have tons of references here. I'm gonna go ahead and put all of these into our Discord. Is this a cat? Good try, Foxy. Sweet. All I can think of is Garfield right now. All right, copy tool, paste tool. And let's go ahead and get this designed. Oh, I didn't stamp the Taver pet. Damn it. There he is. We're running out of room, I'm aware. I will redo this board in a second, but I don't want to do it right now. So we're just going to throw this little rust monster right here because there's still a spot. All right, so we're going to make a cat chibi. Let me tell you how. Go to append and you start with a sphere. I like to poly paint as I go. And so we're gonna go with an orange color here. And it's nice to keep when you're making a collection like this, you want the color palette to be roughly the same kind of tones. So what's cool in ZBrush is if you hover over a color and click C on your keyboard, C for color, it will auto select it. See? So how do you actually apply that color? Well, first of all, let's get our orange color. Let's go with this here and then shift it a touch. Because orange cats are really just like a warm brown. Go kind of like that. Make sure you click on Fill Object. You can go to your color menu up here. And then it says right here, Fill Object. I have that pinned on my custom UI just to make my life easier. Oh, someone new is here. Hazy. They're so cute. Oh, thank you. I love doing these. I don't know if you were here at the beginning of the stream, but we just finished like this Swarm Lord Eldritch Horror Bug Monster. So this is quite the change of pace. Whenever I hit my donation goal for the day, which is $30, we do a new Taver pet. So here we are. It's chibi time. All right. So again, like I mentioned before, chibis are pretty much like a 1-to-1 ratio of like the head is one unit and then everything else must fit within that same unit. So I'll just call this is the head, and then Command-Shift-D to make the body. And then everything is going to fit within this. And now it's really important that when you have like just these basic blobs here, start adding secondary shapes, and then you can refine the head to better look more whatever animal you're sculpting. So secondary forms for a cat are going to be paws, ears, and a tail. I'll do Command-Shift-D again for the ears, and I'll Dynamesh at a low resolution. I'm just gonna use my move brush here to kind of create this ear shape here. And then a really cool trick with the Move Brush is that if you hold down Option, which is Alt on Windows, you can actually push away or towards the camera. So that's how I can do that move really quickly just by clicking and dragging once. Hey, Paint's still here, still watching. Just work is a meeting hell. I'm so sorry. Sending you love and vibes. Aloha says, Mia, having a checkpoint for the mod squad and you and Ricky to come together to collect all the feedback ideas for the channel moving forward. Season 2025 at M3DM has been huge so far. It really has. I think it'd be smart for us to do like a seasonal meeting too. Once I get the shape that I mostly like, I'll go ahead and ZBrush with half turned on. This will give me some like cleaner topology. See how like this doesn't look as aesthetic as this? I have like some nicer edge loops here, and then it kind of like did some of the sculpting work for me. Fill object and then mirror and weld. There we go. We now have ears. I'm gonna go ahead and ZBrush by half for the head and the body to just get it lower res. You want to work as low poly as possible until absolutely necessary to add more resolution. Again, low poly as possible all of the time. There we go. Next up, more secondary forms. We're going to make some legs. Nice and easy. We're going to use the curve tube brush to achieve that and just click and drag. Bam, legs. The curve brush is really cool because it adds new topology and it's already masked, which means I can hit split mask points and now it's its own subtool. You can leave it in the same subtool and then just have different poly groups. I just like having more subtools usually. Ray says, Mia, Yoni is cheating. Oh my god. Are you telling? Awesome. Sater says, yeah, we can do a call or whatever. Just let me know so I can schedule it because that's the thing I have to do these days. Rip. All right, we have some little front legs. I'm going to position closer to the front here. And now to make the back legs, I'll just do Command-Shift-D, click and drag to the back, and we're gonna make some little back legs, which are gonna be pretty much the same thing, but scrunched up. Notice I have not adjusted the head or the body at all. I'm not worrying about that until the secondary forms are complete. Now let's add a nice big fluffy tail. I'm gonna use a curved tube brush for that as well, but I'm gonna turn off symmetry because, you know, cats have one tail. Click and drag. It's a little skinnier than I wanted it to be, so instead of redrawing it, I can just increase my draw size. And if you click on this dotted line, wow, not like that. Not that big of an adjustment. Decrease my draw size. There you go. What I'm trying to say is if you change your draw size, it will update live if you click on that little line again. You can even reposition it if you want to. Pretty cool. I make the curve brush look really easy to use. Play with it, it's really cool. It is a little finicky. Just keep that in mind. I have had students of mine straight up tell me they think their curve brush is broken because they're like, it doesn't work. I watched you do it. And I'm like, no, it looks easy because I've done it 1,000 times, literally. Yeah, good luck on the heist, y'all. Look at you guys go. If you're lurking and you're like, what is going on in the chat? Essentially, like as you guys watch in chat, I have a Streamlabs bot that awards you this fake currency called Poing. Why is it called Poing? It's like an inside joke that was a made up word that has become the currency. Anyway, if you guys want to earn Poing, you can do that. It's a exclamation point heist and then how much you want to bet. Ray says, Mia, is that curve or curved tube? Curved tube, which is a type of curved brush. All right, I want a fluffy tail, so I'm going to use the inflate brush on the tip of the tail here. And then polish by features, maybe I'll use that to like see if I can adjust the shape, but I think I like how it is. This is looking dangerously like a fox, which is fine. I think I would like if the front legs were actually kind of pushed towards the front of the body here. More like this reference right here. So now that I have some of my secondary forms put on here, we can start refining. Excuse me. Y'all are crazy for heisting 100. That is the max. All right, he's a little too round. Not that there's anything wrong with that. We're gonna turn on symmetry and then use the move brush to kind of refine the body to be a bit more like egg-shaped. Same with the head. So you don't have to go to your subtool menu to click on things and adjust them. You can just hold down Option and then just click and it'll auto-select whatever you're hovered over. All right, giving him more of like a football-shaped head to look more like this. Now that I'm thinking fox, I can't stop making it look like a fox. Ah, send help. Okay. The orange color is not helping. All right, this is going well. I think I'm gonna put the legs back to where they were and instead opt for little paws, maybe some chest floof. So when you're refining your secondary forms, this is like the most important part of designing usually. And this is what's usually, I would say, the most challenging and really important not to rush. Whenever you're sculpting, it's so important that you kind of like respect like the flow or like the shape hierarchy, which means you don't move on to the next like stage of design until your previous stage is set. So primary shapes, big blobs. Secondary shapes, stuff like ears, tail, and then tertiary shapes are always last, so like fur detail, just small details and textures pretty much. Because right now it's kind of tempting to like, oh, I'll just like add some fur details and hide behind that. Don't do that. I do think it'd be nice if I added eyeballs though. So to create some eyeballs, I'm going to use the IMM primitive brush. You could go to append and click a sphere, that's also fine. IMM primitive, and I'm going to click on a sphere. Click and drag, and then split mouse points. Oh, now it really looks like a fox. All right, gonna position the eyes. When you're making something chibi, you want the eyes to be huge, but the placement's also really important. The lower on the face, usually the cuter it's gonna look. I'm gonna do zero mesh by half, just like before. Again, low poly as possible. There we go. Time to add a little face and then of course little blush marks. I make the blush marks the same way, come on, that I use the IMM primitive technique. Why do these arms keep turning black? Just stay orange. Relax. Okay. IMM primitive, click on the capsule, and then I color it this like pink color pretty much for every single one. So another reason why I have all of my other Tabber pets on screen when I make a new one is to help with that design consistency. You pretty much want to create like rules, like design rules for yourself that you follow whenever anything is becoming part of a series. And it's hard to remember that. So the easiest way is just to have it literally on your screen and then you don't have to worry about it not being consistent. There we go. It's an orange cat, and I feel like orange cats are chaos, so I'm probably gonna make him look mad. We have plenty of happy Tabber pets. We don't have enough mad Tabber pets. All right, now time to deal with this little mouth. The mouth that I made for the pug, I think would work well for this. There is a little, most of the Tabber pets have little booties, fun fact. All right, so I'm going to use this mouth again and put it on the new one that I have here. So I have it selected. Then click on this one here and then append, click on the mouth. This is reminding me of Kyo from Fruits Basket. Did anyone else read or watch that? Oh, there we go. I'm gonna go ahead and split the nose and the little mouthpiece into separate sections so I can further refine them. I feel like the cat, it needs to be a little bit more rounded. Aloha is correct. I was waiting for you guys to figure this out without spoiling it. Aloha says, I think when the heist gets spammed, it rolls through multiple at once. So when you guys lose points randomly to fight winning, it's because other heists happened at the same time. That is correct. I just couldn't think of a way to like say it coherently. So I was like, I'm going to wait for someone else to say it coherently and then read that out loud. Thank you. That's why I have a several minute cooldown on the heist, but then you guys were saying it was too long. So I was like, you know what? Fine. You cause your problems, you enjoy your problems. Lovingly. Peasants are gonna peasant. So I'm gonna share a little bit of like behind the scenes business stuff with you guys. My goal every time that I stream is to hit up like 10 viewers. That's like my goal. I'm like, sweet, I reached 10 people. I don't even care if they're the same 10 people every day. That's my goal for the first 6 months of streaming, so in like 2 months, I'll update that goal. But for now, that's it. We're currently more double than that. We're almost more than double. We're almost at 30 viewers, which is really exciting. Thank you guys so much for being here. And if you're shy and have questions, don't be. I love to teach. That is a thing that I do. If you're interested, I have a link in the description even. But anyway, no question is too basic or too stupid. Ask. Don't be shy. Seriously. I know sometimes I tease like people like Ray in the chat. That's because Ray is here like every damn day. So when you're here long enough, I will tease you. But like if it's your first question, like I promise I'm nice. Ray's like, don't listen to her. She's mean all the time. My business name is M3DM for Mia's 3D models. People joke that it's mean 3DM. Yeah, it's a M3DM. Anyway. Sarah says, oh, I see. I didn't realize we could rapid fire the heist now. Yeah, I'm going to go ahead and fix it. Since now you guys know how you broke it. Does that make sense? I'm going to put a nice, healthy cooldown so Carl doesn't quit. All right. Going to my heist preferences. The cooldown currently is 60 seconds with a 60-second delay, which is obviously not enough. So we will do, there's math here. The start delay and the cooldown delay should not be identical numbers. That's now becoming very obvious to me. Aha, I see. The cooldown should be longer than the start delay. Sweet. I'll have a cooldown of 3 minutes. That's totally fine. We're here for hours. You guys can wait 3 minutes. Peasants revolt. And there goes the peasants. Reaper is like, Mia is very mean. I think Mia might have locked mini Blaze in the dungeon. It was for my own mental health. Non-sleeper asks, where did babies come from? I guess I walked right into that, didn't I? Ray says, as an art mom, I feel like she should have to answer this. As someone that never wants children, I never had to find out. There you go. I was like, I'll get back to creating art. And then ZBrush was auto-saving. I'm like, I have to just sit here with you guys for a second. Panics. Oh my goodness. I absolutely adore cats. I am 100% more of a cat person than a dog person. Surprising nobody. This makes me so happy to sculpt. This is probably going to be my favorite tabard pet when I'm done. Thank you, non-sleeper. Hashtag free mini Blaze. Stop. Oh my gosh. Hashtag free mini Blaze. This is great. Someone screenshot that and send it to her. Hearts for Ricky. Oh my gosh. All right, right now I'm kind of staring at this and just thinking if there's any other shapes I want to adjust. I think having a bit of like a pointier football head is cuter. Did anyone here watch that cartoon, Hey Arnold? I hated that cartoon. It was just so ugly, you know? I feel like the ears lower are a bit cuter, but now I am attached to them being where they're at. There we go. More forward is cute though. I like that. Can I give him like little spiky hair? Nah. But I really want you guys to pay attention to this process, and like, for so long I had just two perfect spheres for the head and the body and I didn't adjust them. And that's kind of the trick when it comes to chibis. You don't want to get into the weeds too much. The more shapes you add in, the lumpier it gets, the more it kind of falls apart. So you have to be really careful with that. Again, chibis seem really easy because like they're just simple little guys, right? But as a result, it's really easy to screw them up. If you want to get good at sculpting and not get discouraged, make monsters. For the love of God, don't sculpt anything cute or pretty, especially pretty. Beauty is so sensitive. Sayer says, Mia, agree about cats. Cats are the best. Dogs to me like little kids. They're fine, but they're better when they belong to someone else. My dog isn't in here, so I agree. That's probably why I love my horse so much, because like he just lives outside, you know? Oh my God, Ray. I can't read that out loud either. That's hysterical though. Justice for Yoni. Oh no, Ricky said Jesse spent the last hour on the phone with the insurance company. Did AAA still bill you? Oh my God. We have been trying to cancel our AAA policy for our truck for like 2 years now, and it keeps renewing. And like we don't have to pay for it because we're like, hey, we broke up. I'm sorry, AAA. We have moved on. And they're like, oh, okay, no problem. We updated our system. And then 6 months later, there's a letter. And they're like, cool, we're going to renew. I'm like, it's not me, it's you. It's you 100 times. Please go away. Yeah, he says, y'all are distracting me. I gotta clean my room. You could listen and clean your room still. That sounds like a skill issue. All right, I think we're just about done with this cat here. Really cute. Probably my favorite. I also love that Non-Sleeper has paid for the mouse and the cat now, which is cute because it makes me think that the mouse is like holding up that cheese shield to protect himself from the cat. Precious. Ricky says, screw AAA. It is AAA, isn't it? I knew it. AAA is that crazy ex who thinks y'all are still together. 100%. And I remember because we got a letter recently, I told Ricky, I'm like, hey, have you called them? He's like, yeah, I'm going to handle it. And like a week later, I'm like, did you call them? He's like, yes. And like, it is for sure done this time. So the fact that it's back is like so funny to me. Oh my God. What you gonna do? All right, I think these little arms need to be kind of like pointed. No. More, I'm trying to like get like a slight triangle shape here because, or like tough cat look. I don't know. I'm just playing with it. Non-Sleeper mentioned, yeah, the mouse, cat, pug, and snail. Absolutely. But these two are like such like a pair, you know? I guess I'm the pug too, because they're all like pets. I don't have a cat right now, but hopefully after sculpting this cat, the cat distribution system will finally give me a cat. I live in the country. I feel like one should just show up. The neighbors have barn cats, but you know how that is. They don't actually want to hang out with you. Wait, Ricky says it's both AAA and progressive. So technically I was going back and forth on the phone. I'm so sorry. I'm going to go on break really soon here. I'll make us both smoothies. It'll be fine. Yeah. Hearts for Ricky, because that sounds awful. Yeah. Also, thank you, honey, for taking care of that, because that's also my problem. So, thank you. Ricky says, enough of me being a downer. That looks great, Mia. Oh, you're fine. You're entertaining the peasants with your pain. I want to make like a little fur thing, I think. Nah, it looks good the way that it is. But I might add it on the chest instead. So here's another cool way you can use the curved tube brush. I've already used it all over this model, but here's yet another. If you adjust the stroke, enable size right here, and then flip this graph, this just means that as length continues, size decreases. Yeah. So as the brush continues, it gets smaller. That's all this means. So if I were to flip it, this means, wow, what the heck? Not that. 1 second. I'm going to confuse my peasants. So this would mean the opposite. It would get larger. So this is just a fancy way of saying it's going to taper. And you can adjust how much it's going to taper. I'm going to use this to make like a little curly cue of fur on his chest. I'm going to zero mesh in half to keep it nice and simple. Let's go ahead and inflate and polish by symmetry and keep doing it. There we go. Now I've got a really nice simple shape. And then another really cool trick is if you hold Command and click and drag on the gizmo, like anywhere on the gizmo, except for the axis, sorry. Any of these white triangles, there we go. That will allow you to duplicate within your subtool. So there you go. You can have like some little, he's got a little bit of chest hair. Cute. I want to make him like super fluffy and stuff, and I might later when I kind of finalize the design, but I like how slick and smooth it looks compared to like the wolf. So I think we're gonna call this one done. Really cute though. Sater says, Ricky, true. Ignore what I said. Now go do the taxes. Dance, monkey, dance. Which is super funny because I do the taxes. Yeah. Truly a dedicated partner. This is true. I do. I love my husband very much. All right, it's screenshot time. All right, smile. And this is actually second art of the day. Second art. And I need to go back and screenshot the first one for first art. But first we're gonna save because I traumatized myself yesterday by finding out I didn't save the model from 2 weeks ago. And that is never going to happen again. So, we're saving. Save. Yes, non-sleeper, I agree. And thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Again, the donations make a huge difference. Money is money. Simple as that. Thank you so much. It's always very appreciated. And everyone watching, hanging out, you're also making me money, albeit at a much slower rate. But I am making almost $1 per stream in ad revenue, which is not nothing. That's like that's like 3 Little Caesars pizzas a month. That's really not bad if I put it in that context. I like it. Not Mia skipping over the cucumber sections of Ray's messages. Oh no, I didn't miss them. They're there. I saw them. I just didn't read them out loud. All right, let me screenshot this bug humanoid. There's that dragon. I think everyone here saw the cherry blossom dragon finished, right? Because I finished it and it's awesome and it was a ton of work. And if you haven't seen it, let me know because I'll bring it up and show it to you. I'm like aggressively. You must see it. He looks like such a Chad. The charisma here. Am I right? Oh yeah. And then this little funny like back view here. It looks like this funny little bug squat. I love it. All right, we're gonna screenshot this as well. Aloha says, Mia, can you slightly adjust the gain of the mic for the next stream, please? We can still hear the echo of Ricky's cries of pain. Shut up. Oh my God. Ray says, Mia, how does YouTube Premium affect ad revenue? No idea. I have no idea. That's above my pay grade of $1 a day. Smile. First art. There we go. And then Ricky mentions that YouTube Premium does still give creators a cut even though you don't see ads. I didn't know that. Oh yeah, and if you want to use ad blockers, go nuts. I don't care. Alrighty. When we come back, I am going to I'm going to clean up the pose on that two-faced warlock. Yes. Her. Who I just love. Man, you guys are seeing a lot of different models today. I like it. All right. Thank you guys so much for being here. Most of y'all are regulars at the tavern, and I love that. But if you're not, check out the description because everything here, it's always for sale. If you want every model you've ever seen me sculpt, there's about 1,000 of them. For 3D printing, it's $7 a month, $15 a month if you want to make requests. And that's all I do. I sculpt requests every day. That's the business. I'm living the dream, honestly. So if you have a creative idea that you want for your tabletop game, or even if you just want like a cool statue, like I had someone request Thor, and they don't even play tabletop games. They just think Thor is cool. And I'm like, so do I. That is the thing. If you want to make your own characters, I do teach. And it's for $1 a day. That's $30 a month. Not 31. I just went with 30. It's an easier number. And I absolutely love to teach. You do not have to be some amazing artist. Even like 2D. If you don't know how to draw, it doesn't matter. A lot of my students are not artistically inclined at all when they first start with me. Within a few months, they're making their own characters. I've taught dozens of people at this point. So seriously, you can do it. If you have time this summer, consider checking it out. All right, plug is finished. I'm gonna make some smoothies. If you guys haven't not stood up and gotten a drink and stretched, you should do that too. After you check out my Patreon. But seriously, I'll be back in like 10 minutes. Or 15-ish. I gotta see. Hello, hello. I am back, and it is time for happy hour. If you are new here, happy hour is a section where I focus on my students. If you want to become a student, look in the description. It's $1 a day, learn ZBrush, and make your own cool free printable characters. All right. At this point, you can ask questions in the chat, or you can go to the Discord and ask questions there. Hey, Volt's here. Welcome back. It's been a bit. Alrighty. And then after we're done with that, I'm going to go ahead and get the poses on her all ready for 3D printing. She does have 2 faces, kind of a fun thing. So there's kind of like a 2-for-1 here. And Volt says, hello, love. I love that. Alrighty. First up, we have Max, who is Mal in the chat. And King Max says, hey, I'm feeling a bit stuck where I start with this one. I'm not sure how to make the base mesh more gnome-like. That is a great question, and this is your first character, so it's kind of intimidating. So let's just help you. So there's 2 things here. You can modify the base mesh, or you can sculpt it from scratch. You were here in the stream earlier. I'm not sure if you were still here. Either way, I'm going to put right here, reviewed at 2-hour 52 mark. Actually, it's just about to turn 3. There we go. Perfect. Excellent. Alrighty. So there's, again, 2 ways you can do this. You can either create it from scratch by having little blobs, or you can edit a base mesh. I find my students have an easier time when they edit a base mesh, so let me show you how to do that. Click on comma for lightbox, and then there's some bodies in here. We'll go with a male base mesh here, since you are working on a male gnome. This isn't the best base mesh, especially because the face is kind of smushy, but it's fine, especially without perspective. My lord. Anyway, so how do you make this into a gnome? Well, what's the big difference? The big difference is proportions, and essentially gnomes and dwarves and halflings have more childlike proportions, and this has to do with the ratio of the head to the rest of the body. Notice that all of the red circles here, so the heads, are pretty much the same size, if not exactly the same size. So that's kind of your first hint here. This is heroic scale, more about how I sculpt, and then the average person is 7 to 8 heads tall, but kids, aka dwarves, gnomes, halflings, 6 heads or even less, 5. So one thing you can do, oh cool, Max is still here. Hello, hello. So I'm gonna show you how to edit this base mesh, but if you want me to show you how to sculpt it from scratch, I can do that too. Okay. First thing we're gonna do is cut off his head. Bam. So this is what I recommend you do as well. Take the head, move it over to the side, and if you hold, this is a really cool trick too. So I have W for 3D gizmos up. If you hold down Command, again, hold down Command, that's Control on Windows. Do not lift it up, hold it down. Hold it down, click and drag to where the chin is like right, or like they're like stacked on top of each other. Now, don't let go of your right hand or your cursor hand. Now let go of Command and drag. And it will auto replicate at that distance. This guy is really tall. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay. And again, we want this to be, what did I say? This is 6 heads tall. Let's go for more exaggerated, let's do just 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So we need to make this character fit within this height. And you do not want to change the head size, because otherwise you're like changing the main principle of how this is going to work. So I'm gonna lower the subdiv. Can delete this. Here we go. We're gonna mask the head so that does not move. And a really easy thing you could do is just put this underneath and just squish it. Obviously you're gonna have other problems here because the arms look ridiculous now, but this will get you to at least some sort of a starting point. I think that's beginner friendly. I just hope I'm not making more work for you. That's a one-click move, it's pretty good. The next thing that you want to do is fix the arms, right? So use your mask lasso brush. And as a rule of thumb, even though the proportions are different here. There are certain rules that are always the same. And one of them is that like your hands are going to fall roughly the midpoint of your thigh. That is true here, here, on every single one of them. On the child, it's a touch shorter, but it's pretty much the same. So I rotate these hands. You can see that the hands or the arms are falling all the way to the knees. And we know that's not correct. So let's go ahead and scrunch those up. And then let's also inflate them quite a lot. It's very bow-legged because of how I did this for this quick demo here. But I can kind of scrunch this around. And very roughly, that is how you can go about changing proportions. Obviously, this isn't our cutest fellow, but his proportions have effectively been changed to what they need to be. And as you clean up and refine this, let me go ahead and show you some dwarves that I have sculpted. You're working on a gnome, aren't you? So let me bring up a gnome instead. Like my gnome wizard. She's really cute, and there you go. That's the proportions method I used to sculpt her. Works fantastic. Does that make sense? Let me know, because if you're like, nope, didn't make sense, I'll explain it again and not like just repeat myself. Phrase it in a different way. There we go. Refreshing my stream. Perfect. Mal says, that makes sense, I think. Good, good. Try it. And if you're like, nope, I am confused, help, let me know and I'll help you. All right, let me go back. And I'm so glad that you did reach out when you were like, wait, I am confused and I need help. Because again, as I was saying about project work, it's very common that when you start, it's kind of, you don't even know where to go because it's very intimidating. So good job reaching out to me. Oh, also, this is my third attempt at the head. I'm so proud of you. This was extra. You didn't have to do this. I know you didn't ask me to redo it, but I felt like the practice wouldn't hurt. You're damn right it wouldn't, and this looks great. Oh my God, you're getting kind of frighteningly better. The rate at which you are improving is, I'll just be happy for you, but in a disgusted way. I didn't make progress that fast. And if you guys were like, oh my goodness, she's being a flatterer. No, look at this. This was his first head, which mind you was like 2 days ago. I gave him some feedback and then he made this already way better. It's been like 1 day and somehow we're here. You're making me look like a miracle worker, Max. I didn't give you that good of feedback. Good work. Oh my God. I love that you brought that upper lip forward, like I mentioned, and you have softened that jawline while also defining it more. Fantastic. I'm also happy you're starting to explore different forms of the ears. Still the correct placement. The outer silhouette is a little off and a little small, but I have some people with ears like this, so when it comes to ears and noses, they're fun because someone out there probably has that ear or nose shape, so you can kind of play with it. All of your forms are getting so much more confident. I see you're not brave enough to tackle eyes just yet, but you should. This brow ridge here is quite exaggerated. It would normally be a bit softer. However, I have definitely seen people where it's that exaggerated. You're already getting to that point when it comes to like sculpting heads that's a bit tricky because you can have like some art purists be like, technically it looked like this. That's bullshit. If you walk around and look at people in a grocery store, there is so much variety where it's going to make some version of what you sculpted correct. I'm not saying you shouldn't still root yourself in fundamentals as far as like where cheekbone will be in general proportions, like your eyes and ear level are going to be about the same. There's my ears, that kind of stuff. But that being said, when you're playing with the subtleties of each of the forms, so like the nose and the ears and that kind of stuff, you can, and there are a lot of correct answers. That's my point. Dude, just keep going. You're killing it. When you do get to eyes though, append a new subtool. Do not sculpt a blob in here. You'll just trust me. It'll make your life so much easier. Append a subtool. Best one by a mile. Yeah, you're insane. This is incredible. Also, lovingly, I'm gonna like pop your bubble with like the most love. The level of an improvement you have set here is not sustainable, and that's okay. You might make a head again and it'll look more like this. I want to let you know that because I've had wonder child streaks, and Personally, I get comfortable with them very quickly. And then when I don't maintain that, I'm devastated. So if you're not as fragile as me, you're probably fine. But if you are, mentally prepare yourself and just keep making art. Just keep going. You're doing fantastic. Mal said, thank you. I was really proud of that one. Good, and you should be. Next up, we have Grimnir. Grimnir says, hello, Mia. I have finished this assignment. I had one quick question. And for review, this assignment was about alphas. Alphas are essentially ways you can change your brush and how they behave. It will change the texture of them, which is confusing because textures are a 2D image in 3D. So it changes the shape of your brush. Let's put it that way. I have one quick question. Is Grimnir here? I can't remember. So I'm going to tag them to make sure. I always like to give them a timestamp of when I reviewed it live, and that's as accurate as possible. We are at the 3 hour mark. No, 3 hour and 2 minute. Perfect. All right. Hello, Grimnir. I have one quick question. I was able to get the custom alpha to work when replicating the polka dots, but other things I played with would always show a clearly defined square border on the alpha. I was able to get it show up a bit more faintly by messing with the radial fade in the alpha menu. I could not get rid of it completely. I commend you for finding the radial fade because even I was like, where is that? There's a much easier way to fix that. I'll show you. My best guess, I need to really push the Z intensity, so it's more of a difference between the sculpted forms and the mid-range for the border. But I want to check in with you and see if I was missing something. Yes, I know exactly what you're talking about. Alphas are kind of a pain in the ass. If they're not done exactly correctly, they can be finicky. I am 90% sure what is causing your problem right now. You're gonna laugh. It's just your radial focus. It's just your focal shift. I'm 90% sure. Let me go ahead and give an example. Let me do it not on this character. Let's open up a sphere. Let's make this as simple as possible. All right, we got a sphere. Also, quick lesson, what the heck are alphas? All right, so the default alpha is this shape. It looks like that. If I change the alpha to this, it looks like this. Does that make more sense? I could give fancy words. Sometimes I feel like just this or that is more clear. So if you use something like drag rectangle, it will change how this is going to interact. So instead of repeating that stroke into a line, it's just going to show one instance of the alpha. Let me really increase the intensity so it's clear. If your focal shift is really low, you're going to get this box. See? And the way you fix that is simply by playing with your focal shift, because that is your fall off for the brush. And if you're like, what are you talking about? Let me show you. I'm going to pick a chisel creature brush so it's more clear. I need to find something that has a really good square. No, that's not square enough. I've had this problem before. I'm just trying to recreate it. Anyway, the answer is it's focal shift. I'm trying to find like the clearest way to show that. All of these are the defaults in ZBrush, so they have it's really well done. But it is true. Make sure you can always mask the edges of your brush. That will help. Ooh, I actually know what will work to show this with you guys. One second. Hey, software's back. Welcome back. I recently finished a Cherry Blossom Dragon where I created my own custom BDM brush. And I'm so glad I can use this as an example because one, this dragon was so much work. Here's one of the mid stages. It's not quite finished in this one. But this texture right here, I sculpted. And I made a VDM out of this, but you can also make an alpha and it pretty much processes the same way. Let me go ahead and make this a VDM brush. You select chisel, create multi-alpha brush. And now I'll be able to do a nice little demo here. So let's say we're gonna texture this. When I click and drag, you're gonna see a really harsh block. See? There's that block that you're getting as well. Not very cute, is it? And by increasing my focal shift, it's going to reduce that because there's more fall off. When I hold spacebar, do you guys see that there's two rings here? The outermost ring is affected by draw size. The innermost ring is your focal shift. So what does that mean? That means inside of the ring is where your brush is being applied, but it will take up as much space as it will to the outside. So think of this ring right here is your blend. So that's why when this is a negative value, There's not much fall off. There's not much blending zone. And that's why when you click and drag, you get this ugly box effect. But by increasing your focal shift, you have more of that blending zone. So then, ugly block be gone. Hope that makes sense. If by chance it does not solve your problem with your custom alpha, send me the file and I will look at it again. But I'm pretty sure it's focal shift. Also, since we're here, you guys have to look at this cherry blossom dragon because it took me forever. And I love it. That too. Isn't she lovely? Oh yeah. Love this thing. All right, next up. It's nerd. Might be about the stickers. Is it a question? Oh, I'm sorry. All right, moving on. All right, what's up next? What's that phrase she likes to use? Why many word? Oh yeah, it's from The Office. Why many word when few word do trick? 100%. Very good. All right, any other questions? Yeah, it came out very cool. Oh, I forgot to mention the freebie this earlier today. If you guys want a free 3D model to download, check this out. I love this character. It's not often I sculpt different body types and stuff, and this is definitely one of those that kind of reminds me of why I love what I do. This is a lot of fun. If you want that to download for free, it's in the description. You can also go to our Discord and click M3DM freebie. Aloha says, despite being a student for a while, I still am nervous for me to look at my submissions. That's super funny. Yeah, I haven't opened yours yet. I want to make sure, I'm probably going to do it actually right after the stream. I want to make sure that I have time to really enjoy and check that out. I hate you guys. All right, we're all set. All right, sweet. It looks like you guys, no more questions for the day or submission. So let's move on to fixing up those poses. I'm excited. There's the bug hybrid humanoid, which we have already finished. And then it was the warlock. Yes. Where is it? I know it's like on the screen, but I'm not seeing. You know what? Since we're here, I might as well clean up my downloads folder. I'm like, since it's such a mess that I can't even find where it's at. Delete. There we go. And then we don't need this anymore, the bug hybrid humanoid. We don't need AAA. And then the Galaxy Emperor did not get uploaded for Rahi 2 pose yet. So let me go ahead and do that. There we go. And there's Reaper's lovely model, which has traumatized me, but been totally worth it. Aloha says, Mia, me and Reaper are getting at you in the M3 checkpoint meeting in a lovely way. Oh no, I don't have my phone. What do I do with my phone? I'm curious what you guys are saying. We have a Discord channel that is super secret to mods. Probably has to do with me working too much or something stupid. I'm waiting for my dramatic entrance. I'm not in the special thread. I'm excluded. Hey, new sub. Thanks, Obsidian. We will get you. Not yet. Okay, sounds good. I'm prepared. Alrighty. Let's go ahead and get these poses all cleaned up, and that's probably the last thing I'm going to do today. It depends. If I'm still feeling sprightly, maybe I'll start a new model. I'm finally caught up with all the projects I've started, which feels incredible. All right, we have a casual and an action pose. I haven't decided what I'm going to do with her arms. She's already very complicated, the fact that she has not 2 heads, but 2 faces. So I got some things we got to figure out. There we go. Obsidian says, for sure. I just realized how bad I am at sculpting. My ADD is crazy, though. Yeah, not everyone's got the same, not dealt the same hand, that's for sure. If you do want to get better, though, I teach, and I have quite a few students that have ADD. I'm not sure why that's a common thread, but it has been a common thread. Ray says, swooshy, sprightly, courgette, zucchini. It just is zucchini. We're reading so many interesting words today. We are. It's probably because I'm reading a lot, again, like real books. Also, being bad at sculpting is the first step to getting really good at sculpting. And you're way closer than not sculpting at all. Alrighty. This lovely girl is confusing, and I need to figure out how I want this model to read, because again, there is a head on the back of her head. I'm not sure if I want it to be a fun detail that people figure out when they 3D print it and rotate the model, like, wow, there's another head. Or if I want it to be the model reads as almost like a full character from the front and the back. Obsidian says, I really enjoy it. I'm still very new at it. When you're new at a program and you're just messing around, having a good time, is like such a wonderful, special time. Like, really enjoy that. It's kind of nice, like when you don't know what you're doing, because then you just like play, and that's where you actually can really learn quickly too. So keep doing that. Keep doing just that. That's how I started off, and now I do this as a full-time job. And did so well that my husband quit his job, and now we both do it. It's been 6 years. I feel like I've been saying it's been 6 years for 2 years. I think very soon it's going to be 7 years that I've been doing this full-time. I think we started in 2019. Yes, I sculpted my first model ever in 2018. All right, this is looking pretty good, but there's obviously some things that did not move when it was posed. So for example, like the tabards are really odd. So all I'm gonna do is just mask these, split them into their own subtool, and then get them posed correctly. Just like that. Just making sure there's a bit of gravity happening here. Reaper said, I'd be transparent with how weird she is. Are we talking about me or the character? And like, don't worry, it's gonna be labeled Two-Face Monster for sure. Ray says, damn, am I the only one that doesn't like the ignorance is bliss stage of learning? Then that sounds like you've lost the ignorance, and therefore the bliss. That was unexpectedly deep. Okay, her little, like, shoe socks, like, fell off of her. Come here. And I find it easiest to simply grab these and rotate with the 3D gizmo. Just like that. And at the very, very end, I'll come through here and I'll merge all of these down. Ray says, a little bit too deep for 9 p.m. Well, it's only 4:17 here, so. Grimnir says, Mia, a little behind here, not a worry. But thank you for answering my alpha question. I was watching, but lost track of time and missed that you'd returned from break. Oh, not a problem at all. And again, I am 90% sure it is a focal shift issue, but if it is not, then yes, you're correct. It is a construction issue that has to do with the border. I usually fix that by just making sure that I mask the edges of whatever square I am sculpting an alpha onto. And don't forget that anything you sculpt as an alpha, You can also use as a VDM brush as well, which is just vector displacement mesh, I believe. It's how you can like click and drag on scales and feathers and all that kind of cool stuff. Wow, her bicep got really goofed up here. Look at that. Neat. What are you doing? The football shape is not footballing, or maybe it is footballing a little too much. That's better. There we are. On a side note, I'm very excited to see what Ray picks as their project. And if you can't think of anything, I can just put you in art boot camp and get you started on like fundamentals and fabric folds and sculpting a head from scratch and all that kind of good stuff. That's a bit more of an intense way to go about it though, and I don't want you to burn out. Look at this funny little, her thumb. Oh my goodness. Let's just do move and back face mask and add some volume there. There we go. No noodle fingers here. Thanks. What are we beating into submission? Oh, alphas. Yes. You take ownership of that software. Where is her tabard? She has no clothes. There we go. This arm also got a little silly. Which is fair. When you rotate arms, there's a lot of bending that happens here. I mentioned how much I hate elbows. Don't even get me started on armpits. That's partly why I have this little like fun decorative tassel here. It's to cover up the armpits so I don't have to sculpt them. And it's like, that's not very art improving of you, Mia. And you're right, it's not. I make note of it. I aim to improve a little bit at a time. But I'm not about to spend 30 minutes sculpting an anatomically correct armpit. Maybe some other day. Maybe like on a model that looks like a ballet dancer, where having that continuous line would be really important. But in this case, I was able to put these little tassels and it still looks great. Ray says, Mia, I do have an idea already, just waiting to hear your input, and I'll send over stuff for you to look at. Always make a character wear shoes to not have to sculpt toes. A lot of wisdom there. I like it. I don't know what I would hate sculpting more though. Shoes or toes. I swear I love my job. There we go. There's always going to be some degree of clipping issues. I recommend to improve them, but don't lose your mind over it, if that makes sense. Okay, one of these, oh no, these were asymmetrical. Never mind. I was like, one of these got posed when they shouldn't have. No. This is correct. Though I do think gravity should exist just a touch more. All right, looking pretty good. All right, so these straps will be underneath, and these other ones I think will sit on top. Come here. I use a mixture of masking and move topological, and it's really whatever I think will be fastest. Other than that, there's not a whole lot of rhyme or reason to it. All that is fun. All right, this is looking pretty good. I'm going to inflate this because that's already going to be more on the fragile side. Ah, she looks really cool. Both heads. All right, I think the last thing I need to do is just make sure that this hair has some sort of gravity happening to it, and we'll be set. For this, I'm actually going to use a transpose line. You can use the 3D gizmo, but whenever I'm doing organic deformations, I find this is just a touch faster. You do have to make sure your pivot point still makes sense though. There you go. All right, the hair has been gravitied. I believe we are all square now. I'm gonna turn off perspective and make sure that her feet are perfectly level. And the reason for that is because all of these are designed to be 3D printed. And it's really nice if you can print it with no base. One, it's a little bit easier to paint. And then you can also place it on other flat bases. Like if one foot was like way higher than the other, you'd have to like Mod Podge like a rock under it or something. I accidentally merged these together and I didn't want that to happen. So all I have to do is just mask and split mask points. And there you go. It is that time of the day where it's kind of towards the end of the stream. Feeling relaxed, a little bit sleepy. Already kind of thinking about what I'm going to do tonight. You guys mentioned that Night Rain came out, and now I'm like, I really want to play that. But I also recently bought a lot of games, and I'm like, I need to finish those too. I recently got this game on Xbox called Cuisinier. You're pretty much like this cute little like cat girl who like fights and gathers ingredients, kind of like Diablo style, and then goes back and like manages a restaurant. It is the cutest thing. Highly recommend. So whenever there's a piece of the model that is super close to the bottom of the mesh, see how there's like a little gap between the tabard and like the base, just make them touch. Otherwise you have to pre-support that for resin or FDM 3D printing. And it's really not making that big of a difference to the model. So go with the simpler answer always. Bryce says, Xbox, PC, PlayStation, you have all of them. Yes, and a Switch. I play a lot of video games. Governor says, Night Rain looks pretty sweet. Maybe looking at playing that new Dune game comes out in June. I haven't looked at it much. You know, I kind of just whiffed on Dune entirely. I don't really know a whole lot about it. It's probably because it's more on the sci-fi side, and that's not as much my jam. I don't know, it does look really cool though. Grebnir, are you gonna get Night Rain? And if so, what console? Aloa's getting it on PS5. Because they mentioned, like, I don't think crossplay is a thing right from the get-go. So if most of you guys are, like, on one console, I'm just gonna get it on that one. Aloa says, it's always funny seeing me in Discord with Crime Scene Cleaner under her name. It's actually quite good. Yeah, it was on Game Pass, and it's really nice. I'm on the last mission right now. Or I think it's the last mission because it's the 10th one. I always forget that I have like my Discord synced up with like my Microsoft account, so for Xbox, so you guys can see what I'm playing. Ray says, I called that out earlier. It had me laughing. Well, I'm glad I can entertain you guys when I'm not even streaming. Wow. That is not what I want. Okay. How about I remesh by union first and you don't act like that? Wait, no, her hair is messed up. I'm gonna have to undo this. Gravneer says, I might pick it up, but I'm on PC. Oh yeah, I'm not gonna get on PC. So like we have a PC that we can use for gaming and like it's great. There's something about being like kick back, like not at a desk. Well, that's ridiculous. When I play games, guys, I sit in this chair and I just rotate 180 degrees and I play on that TV, literally. So yeah, I don't know. I don't like playing with a mouse and keyboard, and I know you can't. PC, I feel like fights me a lot of the time, and I like that consoles are kind of just like click and go, you know? But if I have to get a game on PC, I do. Like Frostpunk 2 is on PC only right now, and I loved Frostpunk the original, so I got that on PC, of course. Speaking of, if you guys liked Frostpunk the first game, just keep in mind the second game is like way different than the first one, but they're both really fun. I think a lot of people were mad that Frostpunk 2 wasn't more similar to the original, but I'm like, I don't think the original could have been a whole lot better, and I don't really see the need to have more of the same thing. All right, is that a sticker or is that a duplicate? What is happening? Go away. There we go. All right, now we're ready to remesh by union. I remember distinctly when we were designing this monster, and I was like, you know what's nice about monsters is you don't have to make them hot. And I'm like, she came out a little hot, like not intentional, but definitely happened. All right, these little bits here I think are cool, but now I'm kind of concerned about them because they're not that necessary to the design, and these kind of little details are a pain in the butt to print. So unless I think that they're like significantly improving the model, they kind of are significantly improving the model, but the ones on the back I don't think are necessary. Okay, cool. So we'll get rid of these ones. Again, you can find small pieces, even at miniature scale, on FDM and resin. Everyone thinks you can only do it on resin. You can absolutely do it on FDM, and that's why I'm making a whole Kickstarter about it. But anyway, I do like to make sure that I don't have them on there though, unless they like meaningfully improve the design. That being said. Oh, I didn't notice that this belt is super whack. Okay, let me fix that. Although I said I had to get it on PlayStation, Night Rain, because I 100% all my games and getting platinum trophies is an addiction. Yeah, that's why I won't start, because I definitely one of those people that if I started doing that, I would keep doing that. And I don't think I want that. I don't know, it sounds fun, but not at all, you know? Also, although it doesn't surprise me because you play Souls-like games, so we know you hate fun. Too much. Obsidian says, yeah, I liked Frostpunk. It's so good. I still haven't beat The Last Autumn. I don't know why. That case scenario just does not click with me. Like, when they're all freezing to death, I'm like, oh no, stop freezing to death. Or like saving the seeds in the ark, whatever. Like, I'm like, oh no, the plants. And I feel motivated. But when it's the workers that keep killing themselves on accident in like work hazard environments, I'm like, well, stop doing that. Like, I'm not as motivated to fix that problem. I don't know why. I'm just like, I don't know. Like peasants. I don't know. Oh, goodness. Grimnir says, I feel that for sure, and Frostpunk looked interesting, but I never played it myself. If you like any sort of like management and a little bit of not having fun, it's pretty good. Grimnir says, I'm always on to play stuff though, so anyone's on PC or playing cross-play stuff, hit me up. Okay, that's good to know. That's absolutely good to know. So, Monster Hunter Wilds is the first game that I started playing with like my peasants in my community, but I'm definitely open to doing more of that in the future. So I will keep you in mind, and as I'm playing more stuff online, I'll let you know. That was funny because like I've done hunts with Yoni and their cousin, and like at the end of it, I'm like, please do your assignment because they're also one of my students. Although it says, Mia, you know that stress and fear and worry you get from panic rolling is what all the Souls enjoyers first experience. If you have the patience, will take your time to push past that, then it is fun. That makes sense. Reaper says, sorry, I prioritize fun. I kind of like not having fun, though, at times. I get it. It's the exact same process as people scared of opening ZBrush. You just need to create bad assignment, but an Elden Ring. I get you, but like I feel like every time I jump back into Elden Ring, I'm like even worse than I was the first time. Actually, that's not true. That's not true at all. So you know in Elden Ring in Limgrave, because I've never left Limgrave. I mean, I have left Limgrave by like panic screaming all the way across the map, but that was like a fluke. Anyway. Or no, that's underneath Limgrave. You have to defeat Margot, don't you, to leave it? I wouldn't know. I've never defeated Margot. Outing myself right now. Anyway, you know like the like spawn point when you first start Elden Ring, and there's that first encampment with that stupid general dude with the big shield and like the pointy lance or whatever. I can finally defeat him, like no problem. But I feel like that took me like many restarts of trying Elden Ring to get to. I don't know. I played Sekiro for a while. I was pretty good at Sekiro until I wasn't paying attention. Then like a fucking rooster killed me, and I was like, this game is stupid. And then I didn't pick it up again. Oh, goodness. Sater says, Mia is a light masochist. Souls is a little too far. Yes, yes. Matt says, no, you can definitely leave Limgrave whenever. Okay, then I definitely did like, because I was somewhere that looked like it was like underground, but still outdoors, and like the sky was purple, and there was like billions of stars. It was very sparkly and whimsical, other than all the things trying to kill me. But it was quite nice when I was like, as long as I kept running. It's all a unique experience. That's true, but I hate being bad at things. I know, like, I encourage my students to, like, oh, create bad and whatever. I created these assignments because they're stuff that I needed as well. And so in my free time, I don't know, I especially hate being bad at things. I'm working on it. Mean Cat says, why not just play Donkey Kong Country instead? You know, I grew up, I didn't like monkeys as a kid. I don't know why. I was just like, ew, monkeys. It's like Donkey Kong never like registered with me. Yeah. Oh, what is that stupid game? It's also a Souls-like. It's not Wukong, but it's something that sounds a lot like that. And when you start it, like the first like mini boss, it's like within like the first 10 minutes of the game, is like this stupid tiger, and it looks so cool. But I was like, is this a joke? I could not get past it. I tried sneaking on it and then turned around and I freaked out. And then I tried like jumping off of like this little hut, and it does like a lot of damage right there, but then I'd immediately die because I'd freak out. It's like the first thing you fight. It's like more of like, it's like a Chinese or Japanese mythology based. It's not Wukong. I don't know what it's called, but it sounds similar to that. Anyway, it was stupid and I gave up. Aloha says, it's valid. They're very daunting and punishing. No shame in it not being for you. A little bit of shame, because like the art direction in those games is incredible. And I feel like I'm missing out. Was it Neo? Kind of sounds like it. Ah, yes, Tomb Raider 2. I know, joking. That was good. All right, this looks good. Checked mesh, lots of problems. What's new? Fix mesh, but did you really? Auto groups. All right, is there anything that's like visibly a problem? No, it looks fine. Cool. I'm gonna let this cook and do something. I read this comment and it hurt my feelings. Software says, I see a theme here. If not good at game, it's stupid. What's a game I'm not good at that I think is fun? You've broke me. I have nothing to say to that. Next. Aloha says, also don't support Wukong because the devs are terrible. I don't know anything about that. I don't think I want to know that. Oh, they were like super mad about something. I know, I do vaguely remember this. Anyway, we're vibing over here. Matt says, Liza P is super linear and not as hard as and confusing as your typical Souls-like. It also seems really cool, too. Like, because again, it's like a Pinocchio-like, or like reimagining, right? Oh my god, Seder lives for the tea. Say more. Yeah, I might have to try that. It just came to Game Pass, I think, too, so. I did not buy Game Pass for the longest time, and I kept buying games, and they show up on Game Pass, and I'm like, that makes me mad. All right, this is looking pretty good. Let's decimate this down. Usually 200,000 points is fine. This is looking a little more high detail, so we'll start at 300,000. Seder says, I wanted to play Ghost of Tsushima, but Sony and their foolishness. Trying to swear less. What was wrong with that? I played Ghost of Tsushima. It's really good. Why does the character look like Timothy Chalamet? That's how you say that, right? I totally agree. It totally does. One of these feet is a little lower than the other. Stop. Squeak. There. Nope, I didn't fix it still. Come on. Just a tiny bit. There we go. Mean Cat says, okay, play Banjo-Kazooie. Ricky loves that game. That game has no monkeys dramas behind it. It was designed with children in mind, so you're very good. I do play, like, it doesn't have to be an easy game. On their first journey. Okay. Oh, I see. Aloha says, Mia, no joke, your pride of being good would make you enjoy Souls-like on a huge level. Plus, the art direction is the best in the world. It is. Nearly everyone I know had a friend that take them through that on their first journey. That makes sense. You don't know about the Helldiver scandal. Wasn't it like you have to have a PlayStation account to, like, I don't know, do something? I just... The way that I, like, really... I pride myself at how much I can stay in my own lane. Yeah. I'm going to just leave it at that. Aloha says, oh wait, in all caps. Oh, what's happening? They just realized something. What did you just realize? The suspense. It's the smiley face knee model. Yes, it is. And no, I didn't fix it. So I did these little swirls all over the model and then did not realize I did smiley faces on both of the thighs and the knees, I think. There's like another one somewhere. Yeah. It obviously isn't too critical if you don't notice it right away. I'm a little annoyed that I know it now, but I refuse to fix it. What's new? I love it so much. All right, we are creeping up on 4 hours of the stream. We actually got a lot done today. Feeling good about that. All right, action pose is done. I'm going to review the casual, see if it's worth post-processing. I think it is. Oh yeah, this is also cool. I want to do this, but not so slow. Can we do that? All right, we're gonna work from the bottom up without perspective and without solo turned on. First, we fix the feet without solo turned on. Thank you. Seder says, all right, this is the tea about Sony. The super short version is they sold the game to the world and then tried to force people to buy their game/network access in order to play it and didn't refund people when they lost access. they added it like after the fact, because like literally every single service other than like consoles, like Microsoft and Sony, they've always had like PS Plus or like Game Pass Lite or whatever. We have to play online Gold. So that's not anything new. So did they like not have it and then roll it out? I don't know. It just seems like, yeah, to the game I paid for when they didn't want to pay for a sub. Oh, wait a minute. It's not a free to play or something? I mean, that can really suck. So they didn't have to pay for the sub initially and then they put it on. That's bullshit. Okay. Sater says, it's one thing to bought a game and then not support it at the end of its life, but to charge people for a game and then restrict access to the game is absolutely not okay. I agree. 100%. Because at first I was like, yeah, whatever. Like, having to pay for, like, online is nothing new. Even Nintendo does that. Like, you can't play Splatoon if you're not online. Blah, 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 blah. I mean, there is a campaign, but who plays that? Yeah, Loa mentions they didn't say anything about it being a requirement until people bought it, and then boom, jump scare with a mandatory subscription. Yeah, it's after the fact. No kidding. Full price game. I don't know about that. All they had to do is be transparent, because like Monster Hunter, you don't have to have online to play it, even though it is more fun. You can play online with other people, but you don't have to. Like, it's a full-fledged game. Helldivers, from what I understand, like, you have, like, there is no playing with bots or anything like that. Like, you have to play with other people, right? Is it terrible that I'm still like, is it a fun game? Like, I'm still curious. I'm sorry, I know I'm part of the problem. I think it's because, like, I highly doubt that the devs were happy about that either, because, like, devs are just gamers too, 99% of the time, you know? That's why the Wukong thing was weird, because I'm pretty sure they were, like, super pretentious and silly. Oh my god, what was it? Isn't it, like, the the devs behind Death Stranding? He's pretty much like, yeah, Americans don't like this game because they're too stupid to play it. And, like, yeah, that was super rude, but also hysterical. I don't know. I don't take things very personally, so I tend to find a lot of, like, really, wow, it is thunder and lightning. Sorry, it was just cool. Okay, anyway. I don't take anything too super seriously, which is a good thing and a bad thing, I think. I used to take things very seriously, and I was much more well-read on, like, what was going on in the world, and, like, you know what? I was in college, so, like, everybody is, like, a freaking political activist, right? And I was so unhappy. And I know it's like ignorance is bliss. I don't know. This is touching very close to politics, so I'll stop. But like, I stay in my own lane and I'm very happy here. Yeah. Don't blame the game devs for that. It is Sony specifically. That doesn't surprise me at all. That sounds right. Matt says the biggest issue was that Sony sold the game in regions that PSN isn't in. You're kidding. And for those that don't know, PSN is PlayStation Network, which means that there was no option to buy the online access. So when they tried to force PSN in, those people were shit out of luck. That's terrible. Yes, Ray, you're right. No gods, no kings. You're right. It's difficult though, because like, it feels so good to complain and to gossip. If it's bad for you, then why is it so entertaining? Fighting demons over here. Sater says there are places in the world that don't allow for sub-service. Ah, and networks. Okay, gotcha. I have decided that video game drama, talked about like this, this is allowed. This is absolutely allowed. There's bigger topics at play, but we're not talking about them technically. Foxy says, no gods, no kings, no masters. No mods? Oh my goodness. Yeah, Ray says, if it's so bad, why does it feel so good, right? I've always been really good about not gossiping about like other like friends of mine, for sure. But just like bitching in general, no, I'm just tiny pea brain. It feels good to complain. I regularly have to think about that. I'm like, your life is so good. There's something about just talking about good things and positive things that just feels so like weightless and like not fake, but like there's no stakes. You know what I mean? Matt says, anger is the easiest emotion to manipulate. This is true. It's kind of my default state. No, I'm just joking. But I understand that anger is not like a primary emotion. It's secondary, so it's a response. So if you're angry, you're actually hurt, or you're actually sad. I swear to God, I beg to differ. It is like just... No. It's secondary. Okay. I love this. Mean Cat says, no anything. Only contempt in Mario Party 2. I love it. Speaking of, if you guys want to see me properly rage, which you won't, Mario Party. Don't even get me started. So you guys know how I have really bad luck. I mean, not in life. My life's great. But on like stupid little things like games I care too much about. Mario Party was the beginning of that tragedy. Oh my goodness. The RNG gods were not in my favor. To be fair, I sucked at the little mini games too. But also to be fair, I was like 7 years old. I was one of the youngest kids on the block, so when we all get together and play games, I, again, was like just barely learning how to read. So like, I was at a slight disadvantage. I already told you about the Chinese family down the street, super close with them. She was the only one that was younger than me. And then across the street were Chase and Daniel. Super cool. I'm not like in touch with them anymore, but they're the coolest. And I hope they're doing really well. Do you guys ever think about childhood friends and get really sad? I was like, oh man, that made me sad. Like, it's like, why didn't, like, some friends, like, you have, like, a falling out with, and it's ex-best friend. And it's, like, super, that's the worst, right? But usually, whatever. But it's, like, the friends that, like, were super light and cool. Like, the ones that, like, this is gonna get too sad too fast. No, it can be cool. But, like, the ones that we would walk down and get ice cream at Rite Aid. And then, like, we just, like, stopped doing it one day. And then one of us moved, and that was it. Isn't that weird? Like, I don't know. And when you're a kid, you're not aware of, like, how fast, like, life moves and stuff. So, like, you don't, like, I don't know, stay in touch. I'm gonna do better with that. Like, right now, my current neighbors are amazing. So, I'm gonna make sure I stay in touch when we move. Making an effort. Okay. Mod Squad Mario Party would be great. That'd be awesome. All right, Seder stepping off to a soapbox. What do they say? Oh, yeah. Talking more about the scandal. I like it. An Elden Ring stream. Yo, the way I would just rage quit and embarrass myself. Like, again, like, I'm so prideful, y'all. Oh, man, why am I so... I'm not like that with art. Man, but I learned that, though. The idea of, like, streaming Elden Ring and not just being, like, I don't know, god tier girl boss kind of... I don't know. Just, like, sucking at the game. I don't know. That's not my idea of a good time. I can't deny that it'd probably be immensely entertaining, though. It's fun to talk about, but I'm never going to do it. All right. Kind of took a small break here. But we're doing the thing again. It's been a really, really good stream, too. So I've got no problem kind of just like hanging out and taking my time. I've got nowhere to be. Ray says, oh, this is my worst nightmare. Ray says, Mia, I can imagine someone saying, just parry it. Yeah, I'd lose my fucking mind. This is why I would just be like, I would just like delete my whole channel. Oh no. Oh my god. Yeah. It would be. David said, also, I'm not the best at Elden Ring, but I'm always down for a run through. See, I'm down. That's why I'm excited about Elden, like the Night Rain. Like, I can be bad at stuff publicly, okay? I can't be like, there's a threshold though, guys. And the threshold, I'm not meeting it with Souls-likes. Seder says, yeah, as a kid, there will always be enough time for everything. As an adult, there's never enough time for anything. This is true and not as true, apparently, I have no idea, with like the youngest generation. I think it was Tom Segura comedian, and he was talking about his kid who was like in jiu-jitsu, and they've been doing it for a few years because Tom got super into it. And apparently he goes up to his dad, he's like, I don't want to do jiu-jitsu anymore. And his dad's like, why? And he's just like, I just don't have time for it. He's 7 or he's like 11 or something. And he's like, okay. So like they go to jiu-jitsu and the kid walks up to the instructor. It's the same thing of like, I just don't have time for this anymore. I don't have enough time for myself. And I'm like, I just can't imagine feeling that busy at like 11. Oh my goodness. Sadir says, my biggest problem with Souls-like games isn't the difficulty, it's the invaders. Get your griefing ass out of my game. I'm pretty sure you can turn that off. Like, I am 100% sure you can disable that. Ray says, we're just going to watch Mia play Pokemon instead and then judge her comp. Oh no, I can self-judge my comp. One of my good friends in college, Zach, would actually play Pokemon, like, not professionally, but like competitively. He wasn't like top 10 or any crap like that, but like enough to like go places and play it. So I'm aware at how I just pick the pretty ones. Yeah. Yeah, Aloha says, you don't get invaded by other people unless you specifically want it to happen. Exactly. And I want to touch on this from what Matt said, because, again, it's not as, like, sunshiny, but it is a really good point, and I relate to this. I just have issues with object permanence, which it can extend to people. Mental. But still, it makes it hard to remain social when you just forget to be social. That's true. And honestly, that's kind of like something that's been so nice about streaming for me, because I joke that I have the emotional needs of like a cactus. I really like being alone. I was like that as a kid. People would always mention like, oh, you're an only child, like wasn't it lonely? And I'm like, nope. And then some people are like, oh, that's just your trauma. Because I'm like, no, I swear to God, one of the first things I ever said when I was like 4 or 5 years old, or no, I was even younger than that. I think my first word was orange. But after that, it was leave alone. I am not kidding. And like, I remember asking my dad where I was like, was I seriously not cuddly at all as a kid? He's like, nope. You would self-entertain. You'd go hang out. And you didn't want anyone to talk to you. And I'm like, damn. Oh my goodness. He mentioned that it was kind of difficult raising a kid like that, because like when they're not cuddly, like it's cool like that I was like self-sufficient at 5, being a little weirdo, but you know, affection is good. Yeah. My point being, I also have to remind myself to be social and talk to people that I love, and sometimes I forget. And that's why it's kind of, I like streaming a lot, because I get to do something I really enjoy, and now that's part of my job. There you go. Built in. Ray says, emotional needs of a cactus makes people think you're a prick. That's super funny. Hey, been called worse. That was super dry and really funny though. I love the pun. Oh my goodness. Oh, I missed some chat. What's going on? Oh, we're still talking about invaders in Elden Ring. Amazing. Aloha is just trying to make you love the game again. They're literally providing a solution to your problem. Good, Aloha. We're steadily making progress here. Nothing's happening very fast. But that's just how this stream has been today, and I have been loving it. I needed this. That being said, that's like pretty much one of the last things that needed to be done. Yep. Just about done. It's been really fun hanging out with y'all today. It really has. I'm always impressed by how many topics we tend to cover. I mean, obviously we have things we like to tread and talk about in general, broad topics like tabletop games and video games obviously are big ones. Also just like art design, usually a little bit of AI, stuff like that. But I remember a long time ago, before I had any mods and Sater hadn't even been here that often. And Sater mentioned like, yeah, some of the problems with the streams, they kind of like will talk about the same things, you know, retread the same ground. I feel like we do a pretty good job of keeping it fresh. Like I remember that comment. I really kept it in mind. Not because I took it personally or like it was a problem that needed to be solved. I was just like, there's a lot of things to talk about in the world. So I thought it was smart to kind of make an effort to have things to talk about. And it's actually happened a lot more organically than I expected it to. I also think part of that is just because of like the viewers. We tend to have a pretty healthy inflection of new people coming through. And that's been pretty awesome. So to all find newer people, you know, like Matt and now Obsidian, like you keep it really fresh and fun around here. We appreciate having you. I love that there's just like intense Elden Ring chat happening. Amazing. Ray says, Mia, yes, our very good conversation about him. Cucumbers. Oh my god. This stream is going to be referenced for a long time. For better or for worse. I'm going to say for better. Foxy says, Mia, if you want, I can always do a rant about my workplace. If that would be healing and fun for you, you do whatever you want. But if you want to pretend that you don't have work and that you're just a tavern peasant, that works too. Matt says, I am neither fresh nor fun. Thank you very much. Okay, crusty and bland. Appreciate you being here, Matt. Can you guys hear the rain? It's like really coming down. Oh, I just know my turkey is so unhappy out there. He has a shelter. He just stands next to it and gets absolutely dumped on. You can't help people or horses that don't want to be helped. Honestly, it's raining hard enough. He probably is in a shelter. All right, just about done here. Time to kind of tuck in all those hair strands and then remesh. Why are you guys saying crusty and bland, question mark? Yeah, because Matt says he's not fresh or fun. So to me, the opposites, the antonyms. That's another fun word I haven't said in a long time. Crusty and bland. Hey, at least I didn't call you a glue eater. I've called people worse. The descriptions seem off. Okay, if not fresh, stale. That's a perfect antonym. If not fun, boring. Okay. I did the equivalent of a slant rhyme, but with connotation words. Jesus. Look at all these linguists. Look at all these linguists in the chat. Fine. Stale and boring. Okay. Errors? What's going on? Why does it keep giving me errors? I thought the mods were screwing me initially. It's probably because we have like a huge thunderstorm happening right now. Like it is pouring so hard outside, it just looks white. Like that kind of pouring. Ray says, that would have been so witty too. Shame. Yeah, charismatic, not very witty. Would love to be witty. Just not. I just go straight for mean. I missed a step somewhere. I'm working on it. As I stream more, it's happening. I think so. Yeah, it is. You think I'd pick some of it up too, because Ricky is incredibly quick and witty. Nope. Nope. Aloha. Oh, Ray says, oh, Mia, it wasn't about you, sorry. It was, though. I'm not witty. So distracted by the weather. Okay, little things like this. This is pretty thin, so let's go ahead and make that a bit bulkier, and then it's really close to this cape, so why not just shoot, make it touch. Little things like that make the print a lot more stable. Win-win for everyone. All right, how are we looking? Oh my God, sorry, the weather is just being insane. Listen, I grew up in California. We didn't have weather. And it's like, oh, California's a big state. I grew up in Hanford, California. It's sunny 330 days a year. I'm not joking. And then I think the annual average of rain is like 7 inches for the whole year. There was a weekend here in Tennessee. We got 6 inches in a weekend. So it's just crazy to me. I'm not like afraid of weather. It's just absolutely mesmerizing. Like, what is this stuff coming out of the sky? And in case you're wondering, I was like, wow, Mia, it sounds like you lived in a literal desert. I did. That's why I joke that I'm a lizard. It's not like a conspiracy lizard person joke. No, it's just like I do really well in the heat. Partly because I had to. There was pretty much every summer we'd have about 30 days. I think the streak was 42 days back to back that were over 100 degrees Fahrenheit. A lot of those being over 110. All right. Oh, she looks super cool. I'm really excited to get this printed. Hey, AJ's Garden here. AJ's Garden is here. Hello, welcome in. Why are you guys fighting each other? Oh, peasants. Sater says, when I moved from Colorado to Florida, it rained every day for 7 days straight. I could not comprehend how the state wasn't underwater. Now I'm just used to it. Yeah, I'm still in that getting used to it stage for sure. AJ says, yeah, I'm in Las Vegas. The heat is terrible out here. Yeah, I had family that used to live there, so I've been there a few times. Not like actually on the strip. I wasn't in Vegas. I was in Reno. Or was it Carson City? Whatever. I was somewhere very close to there. Ray says, Mia, save me. Sater, you go deal with them. I'm sorry, I can't save you. You can only save yourself. You know, it's a chaotic stream when Foxy is telling Aloha to behave. Oh my God. Grimneer says, I was in Tennessee during your snowstorms. No kidding. I live in Washington. We spent about 2 months down there at the start of the year. Yep, that will do. So it actually wasn't that bad last year. Or it depends what part of Tennessee that you're in. I'm in East Tennessee. But no, the year before that, 2024, can I math? Technically 2023. Anyway, no, we got like the most snow that we've ever had. And it was a huge ordeal. We don't really have the infrastructure for that here. So like, in Indiana, they're like laughing. Whatever this is, we don't need this on stream. Nope. Aloha says, well, I just seem weird then. And it doesn't help that I was like, made it more weird. Sorry. Are my mods corrupt with power? Am I watching this happen in real time? That didn't take long. I'm just standing up for Ray as a fellow Brit. Yeah, that's allowable, I guess. Wait, I cut her foot off. Come back. second. That foot is so much shorter than I expected. Stop. There we go. Still a little short. Aloha. I see Aloha in all caps. Don't make me look weird. Please watch it. It's from a British cooking show. And the man did that in his kitchen whilst prepping the meals. Okay. Ray says, oh God, that's awful. That is terrible. On a show? The fact that was on a cooking show is hysterical, and no, it is terrible. The last time Brits fought Brits, we ended up in America. Let's see what happens this time. Oh, we're getting spicy. Mean Cat says, mods can't impose tariffs on me. Oh, but they will. Oh my goodness. You guys crack me up. God, am I going to get washed away? I just feel bad because my horse is working through an abscess in his front hoof, and now he's just like absolutely soaked in dumping rain. Technically, that will soften up his feet and help it blow quicker, but I still feel bad for him. Like, I know he's like, again, healthy as a horse, he's fine, but like, it's fine. Yeah, Grimnir, you just mentioned like you were in Tennessee earlier this year and that you live in Washington. I don't know why. I always think that you're overseas. In my head, you're in that bucket. I don't know why. Lois says, don't call me a Brit. Ew. There we go. That's looking pretty good. All right, I think we're finally about done. Grimnir says, it's probably because I type like English is my second language. Damn, self-roast. Love that. It's okay. I talk like English is my second language sometimes. It is not. It is in fact my first and only language. I know a very, very tiny amount of Spanish. Enough to know if I'm being insulted, and that's about it. All right, this went pretty well. My God, rain. I know you guys can hear that on the mic at this point. I'm gonna go ahead and mirror this model just to have a little bit more variety when it's on the table. These poses are pretty similar, so mirroring can be a nice trick to kind of add some variety while not adding more work. Neato. I would love to talk about this geography thing and like where London's at versus other towns and countries and stuff. but I don't want to come across as just like geography incompetent. I want to visit at some point, and I will. But first, I want to buy a house and lots of dirt. So, there is that. And the only place I've been outside of the United States is the Philippines. I know Ricky's been to Canada and Mexico. But I mean, it's the same continent. Oh, Aiden's here. Oh, dang, still streaming. Yes, I've actually been taking proper breaks, and I have a smoothie at my midpoint, and that's been really nice. David says, go to Ireland. Very lovely. It sounds like it. Ray says, me, if it makes you feel better, I couldn't even name all of your states. I could definitely name all 50 of our states, but I don't know. I don't want to share this on stream because I don't... No, it's okay. It's like... Whatever. Saying I don't know is fine. I'm just not super sure about everything over there. Like, I know what... the continent, obviously, but like the UK, United Kingdom versus like Europe versus like... There's another word I'm looking for here. Anyway, in my head, they all kind of turn into the same thing. But I understand that if you live there, you don't think that. And then, like, just a little further north, like, you have, like, Norway and Sweden and all that kind of stuff. And I'm like, is that all part of that? Or do you guys not consider that part of that? And I find it so odd that everything is so close together. Like, you can just, like, drive to a different country. Like, in the same, like, multiple in the same day. Like, that is insane to me. So I live in Tennessee now, so I'm bordering 7 other states. But, like, I could pick, like, 2 if I was careful of which ones to go to. But over there, you could go to different countries. That's wild. When I was in California, I could drive all day. I could drive 12 hours and still be in California. So yeah, it's just baffling to me. It seems like to me that overseas, specifically around Europe, like, your guys' tolerance for driving is, like, so much lower. Like, for me to drive to, like, a big city is, like, an hour or a little more than, sometimes 45 minutes if it's really, really, really clear. And I think that's really close. But I feel like I've heard you guys talk about, like, a 45-minute drive is, like, super long, which is really interesting to me. And then Aloha says, the main difference is how dense the areas are around Europe, particularly the UK. The amount of accents and cultures is very dense. It is. For real, the UK alone, the accents change so much. Yeah, and, like, it's just super interesting to me. Because, like, even though, like, we have, like, different accents here, like, versus, like New York area versus, like, in Tennessee, and, like, the Southern accent. Even, like, different flavors of, like, Southern versus, like, California, we get, like, proper Valley Girl. Which, by the way, that is a switch that I can just turn on. I never really adopted the full Valley Girl accent, despite living there my whole life. But it was a conscious effort to not sound like that. Which is why I frequently got the question when I lived in California, like, oh, where are you from? Because I didn't have the Valley Girl accent. Which, from what I've gathered, sounds a lot like... I think there was someone I met from Florida. Or was it Maine? There's someone I met recently, and I was like, you sound like a California Valley boy, but you're from the East Coast. How does that make any sense? And then Ray says to me, a 3-hour train journey is a long-ass trip. Oh, that's crazy. That's not bad at all. Well, I'm also, like, pretty good with traveling, too. I recently drove up to Cleveland to visit my family, and that was a day drive. It was 8 hours. And that was fine. When I was a kid, I'd regularly drive with my dad from Hanford to Phoenix, Arizona, and that was about 8-9 hours. And by regularly, I mean we do it like 2-3 times a year. No more than that, though. Ray says, whenever someone says Valley Girl, all I imagine is a dumb blonde stereotypical voice. Yeah. And it's funny because, like, again, I was in like a fancy honors college, and so like a lot of those girls sounded like that. But I mean, they're brilliant. They're absolutely brilliant. Matt is in Central Texas. I think the shortest time frame for me to go to another state is 2 hours. That sounds about right. When Ricky and I were making the big drive to move from California to Tennessee, there was an absolute point of just like devastation where we just could not get out of Texas. It just felt like another hour had passed, and I'm like, are we still in Texas? I'm like, yep. I'm like, okay. 5 more hours. It wasn't. I'm like, we're still here. And it looks exactly the same because we drove through like northern Texas, and it is just flat. It is just perfectly flat. Again, keep in mind that I grew up seeing like the Sierra Nevadas out in the distance in the foothills. So I'm used to like some land change. Yeah. 100 miles is a long way in Europe. 100 years is a long time in the States. I love that quote. Yeah. No, I've heard that before. West Texas is 3 times the size of Texas. 100%. It just did not end. And like, I remember I was so excited to drive through Amarillo because like the country song like, Amarillo by Morning. And I'm like, oh, this is fun. And it's just like the ugliest little town. I feel that's a terrible thing to say. Listen, I was really tired, and we went through it in the middle of like beginning of February, and it was just fine. Grimnir said, I've done the Washington to Tennessee drive a few years back. I was losing my mind by the end of it. That's fair. Yeah, we slept in the truck because we were too cheap to buy a hotel. And it is just purely a cheap issue. We had tons saved up. We could have afforded a hotel, no problem. But I was like, yeah. And we just suffered in the truck. I super regret it. We should have just bought a fucking hotel. This model has been done. I just haven't exported it. I'm just like sitting here talking. Which is fine because I've done streams that are longer than this and less productive. So I'm pretty happy with this. Just make sure you don't drive through Liverpool. It's a complete Fallout wasteland. Really? Because that's one of the few like cities, towns, villages, I don't know, places that I know of, like I can recognize the name. I thought it was just like a normal place. Grimnir's like, yeah, that is hardcore, but saving money is nice. I know, but like the whole point of saving money is so that you can spend money, and we are cheap bastards sometimes. Never had I'll tell you what, we've never had a problem with credit card debt. And I'm really good at fixing stuff. So is Ricky. Ricky even more so than me. But I can do some of the few things. Like, if Ricky can't do it, it's one of the few things he can't do. That's what I can do. Which is usually pretty stereotypical stuff, like sewing and the like. If I had all the time in the world, I would love to start sewing again. And I've always thought it'd be cool to cosplay. But it's just an immense labor of love, and I'm like, okay, I don't like it that much. Liverpool and Manchester produce some unique individuals. I don't know. I have a hard time believing you guys because I grew up again in California and like outside of like not outside of it, but I've been to like Los Angeles and Miami Beach and not Miami Beach, Venice. There we go. I doubt it would faze me. Aloha says, I think if Mia had talked to a scouse person, she would literally think they are a goblin. Oh, okay, maybe. Ray says, definitely. Matt says, if there's a YouTube video and doesn't require special tools, I can fix most anything. This is true. I feel the same way about that. Alrighty. I don't want to make this model fit on the same base twice, so I'm just going to do 2 different copies. We're going to call this A, and this is going to be AA. Cool. And then we're going to do it again, but with the other pose. And then Ray says, think about the worst kind of stereotypical football fan, that's them. And I mean our football, not your nonsense. Okay, yeah, we don't give a shit about soccer around here, so I don't know what what a stereotypical like foot fan would be. Aloha says, oh my god, dropping me into the heart of Liverpool or somewhere like Birmingham would be cinema. I thought Birmingham was like really pretty and fancy. I would watch that vlog religiously. Damn, I am not well traveled, but I already knew that. Yeah, I would be in for the shock of my life because these names you guys are saying, I thought were fancy places. Aloha. It's just like cracking up. Yeah, Venice Beach, California is a people zoo. You see something new every time you visit. I was going to say, like, I've seen crazy. Google that. I raise you, Venice Beach. Birmingham is literally a meme because of how brutal it is. Like, just like goofy. I don't know, y'all. Like, I've driven, I don't know. You would rather be dropped into the world of Dark Souls than go to Birmingham for a day. I think you guys are soft. I don't know. Like, I'm doubting it. I'm going to travel there one day and just absolutely cry. Because I know you guys know me. These are words I'm going to have to eat. But not today. So I'm going to talk all the smack I want. I raise you, London suburbs. The ignorance is biblical. Matt says, you Brits talk a big game, but at least we have air conditioning in the States. Love that. I'm going to say, like, you guys think it's, like, the weather here is incredibly hot. And, like, I get it's hot, but it's not, like, Death Valley. I think that's why I'm making fun of you guys. And I'm like, you're weak. Imagine being checked by some roadmen. You'd think they were speaking in riddles. I mean, we got... If you listen to, like, proper Southern, it gets like that. Go a little north, more into, like, Kentucky, at, like, the base of Appalachia. Yeah. It doesn't even sound like English. Why won't you just fit on the base? I want to be done, and I don't understand why you won't just fit. You're so close to fitting. I'm just going to make you a tiny bit smaller. I'm just going to break a little bit of rules, and it's going to be fine. Would you just fit? Stop. All right. Your feet have disappeared. Let me just fix it. If y'all want to see some trash, Google Fresno, California. We live there. Yeah, like, I'm totally serious. I'm afraid Google Images is not making it look bad. Yeah, let me help. I have to, like, censor this on my own side, though. Because they're going to show you, like, fucking Clovis. Oh, look at this absolute joke. So this is where I lived here for 6 years, went to college. Oh, my God. I'm just giggling because it's making it look like so... Where the fuck? Where is this? No. No. It's showing like the 3 big buildings that we have. Absolutely not. I would have pictures on my phone. What is this absolute propaganda? I need photos by real normal people. Yeah, this looks fine. This doesn't look like where I lived at all. And again, like, sure, some of this is like pictures. Do yourself a solid and go to like Google Images and drop yourself on Fresno Street, Fresno, which isn't like terrible, but like that's like where I lived. Again, it's really ugly and really industrial. This is looking kind of charming. Like, ooh, it's a big city. Ooh, there's some tall buildings. No, it does not. It does not look like this. Cannot stress that enough. Matt says the Google Images of Dallas are pretty accurate only because you can smell the urine through the internet. Oh my god, it's great. Oh man. Aloha says, you guys need to remember that the UK isn't London and pretty villages or cottages. A majority of the UK is grimy streets with a lot of knife gangs and terrible state care. Yeah, no, I understand like the gap. Obviously, I have not been there. But I know what you're talking about, because again, I lived in California, and the rest of the United States was just like the perception that everyone there is wealthy and like sees celebrities on the regular is very funny and super out of touch. David says, I thought you weren't talking politics. You're bringing up how bad Cali is. I'm over here biting my tongue. The fact that you called it Cali tells me a lot. Yeah. And that's not politics. That's just like a place I used to live. You're right, though. Man, this foot got so stumpy. There. Recover the toes. On the flip side, if you want to see beautiful places that are in California that I have visited, Google Montana de Oro. I'm saying that really white so you can see what it spelled like. It's absolutely stunning. The coastlines in California are incredible. There's a lot of places in California that are beautiful. I mean, like Yosemite, Sequoia, Kings Canyon. David said, joke's on you, I'm from the East Coast. Yeah, I know. It moved away from the bat over there as well. I'm hiding in the middle. No, I know, because people live in California don't call it Cali. That's why I said that. I'm so close to being done with this. Okay. All right. Are you on the base? Heck yeah. Also, kudos to both of us for living somewhere that we both like more. And that's really all it is by the end of the day. There's people in Tennessee that want to move out to a bigger city, and it wasn't for us. So good for David and I for finding somewhere that we belong and that we're happier. Because that's really what it's about at the end of the day, you know? And like as cheesy as it is, it's just true. And it takes like the whole like different strokes for different folks. It is quite literal. I know there's people here that think it's too like boring or like country bumpkin kind of stuff, but that's exactly what I like. Aloha, that's really interesting. I don't know much about that. And it's okay that we walk more of a fine line during this stream, because it's towards the end of the stream. It's really just like the regulars in the tavern. This is like when the truth comes out and the hot takes come out. I trust everyone to be well behaved and good. And at the very least, with the best intentions, which goes a long way. Matt says, I've only ever been to San Francisco. I liked it. When did you visit? I liked it too. When I visited when I was like about 15 years ago. It grew very quickly, so it is definitely not the San Francisco that you would have remembered. David says, sad thing is, from what I hear, Cali has amazing north with great snowboarding. Yes, when it's not on fire. And it sounds really dry, but like, yes, when it's not on fire. Yeah, time to go traveling. Brits go to America, and Americans go to the Brits. That doesn't work as well the other way. Americans come here. There we go. Matt says, oh, I was there like 3 years ago. Oh, no kidding. Oh my goodness. Well, I'm glad that you had a good time. Good. Everyone that I've known that's visited in the last 5 years had like a terrible experience. So I'm really glad you had a good time. And that does make more sense. You know, like people have like a really strong opinion, either really good or really bad. And the answer is usually somewhere right in the middle. I predict that your experience was more accurate than the absolute drama sob stories I heard. David, oh yeah, the good old fire season. Oh yeah. Oh, this is pretty. I took this photograph at work. This is the UK, very close to a major city. Dude works in a tree. This photo has my house in it. That's extra funny. I'm like, you just doxed yourself. Obviously not at all. That's pretty. This looks a lot like where I live. This looks a lot like Tennessee. Or East Tennessee. Like, a lot. Yeah, the open farmland's great. It's again, they're big places, right? So you're gonna find both sides of the argument are gonna be correct in different areas. I guess it's not even an argument. When I say argument, I mean it like super literal. Like think like debate club, where it's like what your point is, like what your topic is your argument. I mean it literal like that, not like bickering. Yeah, big meetup in the US next year, let's go. Then Europe next year. That'd be so fun. I love this. Matt says, I mean, I'm a tolerant man. Yes, there was lots of homeless people on drugs, but they're people. Their mere existence doesn't ruin my day. I love that sentiment. I really appreciate that. Seriously. More people like you. All right. Two-faced warlock. Back to the main meat and potatoes of the stream. Matt, you have a quality that a lot of people in my family have as well, and we call it being anti-fragile. It's not about being tough. It's not about being, you know, hard or whatever. It's just not anti-fragile. Being tolerant, maintaining your cool, you know? And not hating people. No time for that. What mesh mixer here doing? That tool is new to me. It's old. So I like it because I can quickly double check my scale to make sure it exported correctly, which it always does. But the big thing is if there are critical mesh issues, Mesh Mixer will put a big red flag, like, oh, look at this problem here. And it shows me where exactly. ZBrush does not. ZBrush is just like, there's mesh issues. I'm like, oh, do you want to show me where? No. It just tells me they're there. So for example, I can bring this up, go to Analysis Inspector. Wow, this has no issues. Anyway, if there was an error, it would have a little line and it would go exactly onto the mesh where that error was. And I can repair it in Mesh Mixer if it's super minor. Mesh issues, people really overreact. Unless it's a hollow cavity, it's gonna print. And it's not gonna destroy your printer. I see this all the time where they're like, oh, pieces will break off and float around in your resin vat and destroy your printer. And I was like, used to be really worried about that until guys, if I've sculpted 1,000 models, I've done thousands of prints because I print everything a few times. And I've never had any printers break on me or even close. But that being said, I still double check my work and make sure stuff is looking nice and clean, because when people see mesh errors pop up in their slicer, it freaks them out. So I like to make it as clean as I can when I do export them. So yeah. How's the modeling going, M3DM? Good, almost done. Mostly just chatting. I appreciate the check-in though. Alrighty. Upload this onto Patreon. And then we're done. I didn't come up with a better name than Two-Faced Warlock, because that's what she is. I don't hate it. And this is where the website I'm really excited for, because I can add lots of different tags for each character, which is pretty nifty. Here we go. Cool. All right, Two-Faced Warlock Casual. Oop. We even got a Tavern pet done today, which is awesome. Again, thank you, Non-Sleeper, for that. We're very close to the end of season 1 for Tavern pets. All right, that's gonna move us into last call. And I'm gonna make a note of everything I worked on today. Cool, I have a note that reminding me here, no gods, no kings. And then to deliver those files to John, because that was a priority ticket. And then what else? Is it really Thursday already? All right, what else did we do today? We made a cat Tavern pet. The last one we did was on Monday, and that was the Rust Monster, which was because Alexander donated like 20 memberships, which was super awesome. Thank you again to them. And then we post-processed the Swarm Lord. And then we also post-processed the Warlock. Sweet. Looking good. So we exported 4 models today, which is awesome. Alrighty. Well, if there's any last questions or comments, we covered a lot today. I love that I can just kind of talk with you guys and go into autopilot, and a huge thank you to my mods for making that possible, but also for having such a just like kind and chill community. You guys make my job even more fun than it already is, truly. Non-Sleeper says, I cannot wait to get these Tavern pets and print them out. Yeah, I'm excited to get them all delivered and put together. It's going to be a little bit still, so expect at least a couple months. But it's going to be awesome. I want to make sure that they're as cute and as good as possible. All right, the only outstanding models we have right now, I think, are Reaper and the Fall of Aloha. Aloha says, Mia, I think I won the crown thing. Oh, I totally forgot all about that too. Yeah, I think so. Yeah, it's heavily like based on like time interval and chatting. So unsurprisingly, my mods are pretty high up there. Awesome. Thank you guys so much for being here. Again, it's an absolute pleasure. I plan to stream again tomorrow. I have been sleeping like absolute garbage. So if you don't see me tomorrow, I'm asleep. I'm just straight up asleep. But I feel good. So you guys take care, and I will see you very likely tomorrow around noon Eastern time. So as early as 11, as late as 1. Noonish. Y'all take care, and I'll see you then, okay? Bye.